Good morning and greetings to all of us. Welcome to the biggest student-held international economics competition in Indonesia, the 19th Economics. My name is Unix Brian, as the competition staff of the 19th Economics.
And my name is Fibulai Konada'a, the competition staff of the 19th Economics.
We will guide you through tonight's event as your Masters of Ceremony.
But before we get started on the event, I'm sure everyone is wondering what kind of event Economics is. We'll give you a brief overview of ourselves.
Economics is one of the biggest international events in the Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Indonesia that is annually held by Canopy, the student body of Universitas Indonesia's undergraduate economics students.
In its 19th year, Economics returns with the grand theme, a new wave of poverty, the need to empower the underprivileged.
Today is a unique day for the 19th Economics competition because it is the grand finals event, which means delegates will participate in the final stage of our competition.
In today's event, the 6 grand finalists will be competing.
Each team was given a case that is related to the theme of the competition. They had to comprehend the case, they had to debate, research, and present. Then, each team must come up with the finest solutions for the case that has been assigned to them. So, for the delegates, you will get 12 minutes to present your work, followed by a 23-minute Q&A session with our judges.
The main objective of the grand finals is to assess the depth of knowledge from the participants regarding the grand theme of economics. In particular, the grand final stage will give participants a chance to present their cases to the experts. Accordingly, this assessment will contribute to the final points to win the competition.
Before moving on to the grand final stage, let us read out the rules for this workshop.
Number 1. Participants are expected to wear appropriate attire in accordance with the rules from the license officer. Delegates are prohibited from using any alma mater jacket or other costumes showing the identity of the delegate's university during the event.
Number 2, participants are expected to remain on the platform during the event and are not allowed to leave or enter the Zoom unless there's a network disruption. If one delegate from a team has a bad connection, the session must be continued by the other delegate from that same team, with the license officer being notified of the problem.
Number 3, participants are expected to maintain a calm and conducive environment during the event.
Number 4, while on the platform, participants' microphones should be muted unless it's their turn to speak.
Number 5, it is strictly forbidden to create a situation that has the potential to cause disruption during the event.
Following that, the Chief Executive Officer of the 19th Economics, Mr. Faris Rafandi Marzuki, will deliver our opening remarks.
Good morning, dear honorable adjudicators and paper competition finalists. My name is Faris Rafandi Marzuki, serving as the Chief Executive Officer of the 19th Economics Global Economics Challenge. First of all, congratulations to the 6 paper competition finalists for giving their best performance at the 2 prior stages, conference and face-off. Each of you was outstanding and got positive feedback from the adjudicator. However, the road to being the best of Good morning, dear honorable educators and paper competition finalists. My name is Faris Rafandi Marzuki, serving as the Chief Executive Officer of the 19 Economics Global Economics Challenge. First of all, congratulations to the 6 paper competition finalists for giving their best performance at the 2 prior stages, conference and face-off. Each of you was outstanding and got positive feedback from the educator. Good morning, dear honorable educators and paper competition finalists. My name is Faris Rafandi Marzuki, serving as the Chief Executive Officer of the 19 Economics Global Economics Challenge. First of all, congratulations to the 6 paper competition finalists for giving their best performance at the 2 prior stages, conference and face-off. Each of you was outstanding and got positive feedback from the educator. However, the road to being the best of the best is not over yet. And today is the day that we've been waiting has come. A stage where it takes much time and energy to prepare, the grand final. The grand final stage was built to give the participant an experience of constructing a response toward a real challenge. This day, we will present a case study with a topic named COVID-19 Pandemic, Climate Change, and Poverty Reduction, Case of ASEAN. The case study is directly constructed by area, and you will give your best result in front of 4 notable educators that kindly participate in this event. Please welcome to the room Mr. Samuel Nursamsu as an economist at Prospera, Mrs. Dian Lutfiana as a research associate at area, Mr. Venkata Chalam Anbumozi, the Director of Research Strategy and Innovation area, Mr. Kalyapa Kalirajan, the Senior Professor of Australian National University. Before ending my welcoming remarks, I would like to say many thanks to all parties involved in this event, especially our research partner, Jamal Abdul Latif Poverty Action Lab, LPM FEBUI, and area. It's an honor to us, and we hope that we can extend our collaboration in the next opportunity. Without further ado, I'm pleased to welcome you to the 19 Economics Grand Final. Spirit.
Thank you for the warm welcome, Mr. Faris. Before that, we from the committee want to apologize for the technical difficulties before. So following that, we'd like to introduce our adjudicators for today's competition. For today's grand final, our adjudicators are members of our research partner area.
Our first adjudicator is a quantitative researcher with a focus on data analysis and econometrics for the RISE program in Indonesia. He is currently engaged in research on the spread of education reforms in Indonesia through the RISE program. He is also an economist for Prospera, an Australian-Indonesian government-led economic development collaboration. He worked as a researcher at AREA, Rumah Riset Presisi Indonesia, and the Nielsen Company Indonesia before joining Tusmeru. His formal education is a bachelor's degree in economics from the University of Indonesia and a master's in finance and economics from the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Please give your warm welcome to Mr. Samuel Nursamsu.
Our next adjudicator is Mr. Kalyapa Kalirajan. Mr. Kalyapa Kalirajan's main fields of expertise are macroeconomic and trade policies and reform, poverty alleviation, and growth sources. His contributions to the stochastic frontier production function methodology have earned him international acclaim. He has multiple research articles in prestigious academic and policy-oriented journals in these fields. In December 1994, he won a Special Appreciation Award from the Indian Econometric Society for his exceptional contribution in frontier production function analysis. He has written, co-written, or edited a dozen books that have been published by reputable international publishers. His formal education is a Master's in Mathematical Economics, Madurai University, Master's of Letters in Econometrics from Madurai University, and a PhD in Economics from the Australian National University. Please give your warm welcome to Mr. Kaliapa.
Our third adjudicator started her career with AREA in March 2018. She is currently assisting Dr. Venkachalam Anbumozi in conducting research on energy challenges and catastrophe resilience throughout ASEAN and Asia. Prior to joining AREA, she worked for Deloitte Indonesia, where she was an active member of the Deloitte Global Sustainability Network and a local non-governmental organization working to improve sustainability projects. She oversaw many initiatives involving market-based policy alternatives for the energy and industrial sectors, environmental performance data with an emphasis on energy, circularity of waste and post-consumer packaging, and quantification of the economic value chain for an alternative energy source. Her formal education is a Bachelor's of Engineering in Urban and Regional Planning from Institut Teknologi Bandung, and a Master's of Environmental Management and Development from Australian National University. Please give your warm welcome to Ms. Dian Lutfiana.
Now, our final adjudicator is Mr. Venkatachalam Anbumozi. Dr. Venkatachalam Anbumozi has written several books, countless research articles, and numerous project reports on resource management policy, energy infrastructure design, and private sector participation in green growth. Dr. Anbumozi was appointed to the APEC Expert Panel on Green Climate Finance and the ASEAN Panel for Promoting Climate Resilient Growth. He has taught resource management, international cooperation, and development finance at the University of Tokyo, and he has given speeches at some of the world's most prestigious international organizations. His formal education is a Bachelor's in Agricultural Engineering from Tamil Nadu Agricultural University. He has a Master's in Environment, Resources, and Development from Asian Institute of Technology and a PhD in Regional Economics and Planning from the University of Tokyo. Please give your warmest welcome to Mr. Venkatachalam and all the adjudicators.
Now that we are well acquainted with our adjudicators, we can move on to our grand finals. Allow us to read out the rundown of today's event.
So for today's event, Team Classical will be presenting first. Following that, Team Chicago will present. Then Team 4 will compete after Team Chicago, followed by a 15-minute break. After the break, Team Ricardian will present, and then followed by Team Maxian, and lastly, Team Canadian will present.
So now, we will start the first session together with Team Classical. To the other teams, please be sure to move to the waiting room, and we would like to thank all delegates for making it this far, and we hope that you will do your best. To Team Classical, please wait for the committee to prepare the stage before you can start your presentation.
Team Classical, please prepare your presentation and make sure your camera is turned on. Begin your presentation in 3, 2, 1.
Thank you to all honorable judges. We are from a classical group. We'll present the result of our work today. Next. The impact of COVID-19 in ASEAN has provided economic disparities through 2020-2021. However, countries still insist on improving the economy by means of stimulus recovery. Aside from that, several countries have ambition to become a country with zero emission. Next. If you look at the framework, we can see there are two main concerns that ASEAN targeting on. First, economic growth, and the second, zero emission, that is actually Singapore, one of the members that has this plan beyond 2015. Next. The study we conduct is based on several important points. First, SMEs is the central pillar for creating job opportunities, the elevation of invention, overcoming struggle, and vigorous economy that is integral with economic growth. Second, in the developing countries are reaping the benefits of export from SMEs. The third, supply chain has become common issue for SMEs. Fourth, the shift of physical activities into digital activities create other opportunities to utilize the benefit of blockchain. Fifth, the welfare of SMEs leads to the increasing of countries' GDP. And the last, government role is the key of SMEs welfare. Next. Moreover, this study provides a solution for post-COVID poverty. Study provides an alternative for Indonesian supply chain management. And lastly, the study to inform the readers about alternative to conventional supply chain. And next. As we know, today SMEs are one of the driving force of economic growth for developing countries, where 57.24% of Indonesian GDP gross domestic product is contributed by SME, and 1990% of total businessmen comes from SME, and 90-70% of employment absorption comes from SME. However, COVID-19 created a decrease in income to reduction in operation. Next. Based on the result of our research, there are three important points that should be noted. That supply chain is one of the main problem for SME, particularly in the digital era. Second, a conventional supply chain is already inefficient in and of itself. Also, conventional supply chain is complicated and long-winded. Last but not least, the presence of middlemen costs a lot for both producer of raw goods and SME itself. And based on the Gojan et al., recent improvement of consumer awareness of product traceability have revealed the disadvantages of traditional supply chain traceability system. Traditional traceability systems are centralized, and the data that they use are vulnerable of tampering, resulting in a low level of consumer trust. That's all from me. The next, I will delegate Jopi to present the next slide and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arif. Can you go next? So what will be the solution we provide? So the solution we propose is blockchain. Before that, we will go into the problem first. The first is middleman. Why middleman? Because middlemen often cause problem in supply chain, fraud, deception, irrational markup, and often involve middlemen. For example, me grow up in a family and we have a small farm. There are a lot of middlemen that involve during the process of supply chain. So it really costs a lot, and we cannot sell the goods with a higher price. So no middleman means SME can buy raw goods for a lower cost, and producer can sell raw goods for a higher price. And another thing is many raw good producers are actually small players, such as farmers. The small players often produce high quality goods, and some even better than big players. So traceability includes transparency, help these small players to receive the recognition they deserve and make a name for themselves. Next. So what is blockchain exactly? In this slide, we will give the definition and history of blockchain in supply chain. A blockchain is a distributed database that is shared among the nodes of a computer network. As a database, a blockchain stores information electronically in digital format, quoted by Hayes 2022. So To sum up, blockchain is a decentralized network, global network. So here are some of the examples of big companies that have utilized blockchain in their supply chain activities. FedEx and UPS are companies that involved in goods delivery, and they use blockchain to increase transparency in the supply chain. Physical documentation also better using blockchain because it can guard the chain of custody and to track the shipment, include the track of shipment, and overall it enhances the merchant supply chains. Next. So the impact of a blockchain on supply chain, here we summarize some of the impact that we have gained from many researchers and experts. The first is the increase in traceability. Blockchain increase traceability so people can actually trace where the product is, the location of the product using GPS, and it can increase, it can track where the product, the originality of the product. And also another impact is on the transparency because the information is disclosed to any parties involved in the transaction. So it will increase trust. Transparency means increase in trust. And then the next is security. Some of the experts claim that blockchain is an unhackable network. So obviously, an hackable network is secure, so it increases security. And then another impact is lower involvement of middlemen. As I mentioned earlier, it will reduce involvement in middlemen, not necessarily reduce any middleman, but it reduce the number of middlemen involved. It also means lower cost for supply chain. And then the next is the possibility of mistake can also be reduced. And then increase in speed of transaction because everything can be self-executed during using smart contract. I will explain it later. And then real-time data acquisition. Next. And then this is the conventional system versus blockchain system by HBR. I will not explain it. It will for reference only. I will not go into detail. Next. I think this is a good analogy from Vitalik Buterin, the founder of Ethereum. Whereas most technologies tend to automate workers on the periphery doing menial tasks, blockchain automate away the center. Instead of putting the taxi driver out of the job, blockchain puts Uber out of a job and let the taxi driver walk with the customer. So it connects the customer and the producer directly. Next. So what is actually the relevance of supply chain and the reduction of poverty? We can see here production and supplier. There's a process of supply chains to give to the SMEs. But if it conducted using blockchain, there will be some of the benefit, as we know, such as lower the cost. And lower the cost mean increase, there's a higher possibility to increase the profit because the cost can be allocated to increase production. And there are many ways that they can do after that. Two of them is they can either increase income, salary of the employee, or they can expand their business. If they want to expand their business, it will lead to recruit new employee, and recruit new employee meaning the people around it will have a higher possibility. Includes the people below the poverty line. There are a higher possibility for them to be recruited, and then it means that lower in poverty and higher in economic output. So it doesn't necessarily mean it will eradicate poverty as a whole, but it's an effort we worth trying, and also it's an implementation of the current technology. Next. So policy recommendation, we recommend that government can provide a universal platform in Indonesia that can enable them to integrate supplier and SMEs in the business transaction using blockchain. Government should also encourage utilization of blockchain and regulation of blockchain. There will be also regulation of blockchain. Next. So ASEAN international cooperation. Smart contract is one important part, it's one integral part for a blockchain. As we can see, smart contract are digital agreements between transacting parties, and then there will be automated verification and execution, and there will be equal access to information, and it will help build trust. Next. This one example of the using of ASEAN international cooperation. Panji Pragiwaksono is one of the comedian in Indonesia, and in one of his video, he mentioned that his failure in international transaction lies between because both of the parties do not trust because they don't know who are they're transacting with. So it will if they are using blockchain, there will be increase in a smart contract. There will be increase in trust because there are transparency. There are next. And this is the summary. There are security mistake minimization, trust and branding, and quality and efficiency. Next. And this is the community and private sheet critical. It can be summarized into an African proverb like this. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So the exchange in values is the reason why there should be a community and private partnership. Next. That will be all from our presentation. Thank you.
The time is up for your presentation. Thank you, Team Classical, for the presentation. And now we can move on to the question and answer session together with the adjudicators. To the adjudicators, if you have any questions, you can start unmuting to voice out your questions.
Anbu, Pak Kalijaran, do you want to go first?
Yeah, you can go first.
Okay. Thank you. So thank you very much for the presentation. I think this is a very you presented it well. You lay out carefully the significance of blockchain. I think the importance of it, and also and blockchain. I think it's an interesting idea, and I know that it's also emerging and has been rapidly adopted. But my question is more on the topic, because this is the topic about pandemic recovery and also zero emission target. So my question is about how can the blockchain fit in the government's effort in COVID recovery or zero emission target? And so what I want to say is, what makes it important and why should it need to be prioritized? Because what I can see is the blockchain will happen regardless of the need of pandemic recovery or even zero emission target, because it's just an efficiency process, like, because it's an efficiency process and people is trying to get adopted to blockchain and using blockchain, and it's more on a long-term solution, and there's supposed to be other policies probably that needs to be prioritized in lowering poverty or tackling the pandemic. So I think, that my question is why this is important and how can the blockchain fit in the whole government's effort in COVID recovery? Thank you.
Yeah, I think as I mentioned earlier, it will not eradicate poverty, or it will not eradicate poverty fast, but at least it can be a long-term plan, a long-term goal to increase the availability of job opportunities. And if we were about to if we want to talk about climate, the impact of a blockchain on climate change, I think there's a relevance why it can be a solution to blockchain to climate change, because supply chain, as we know, there are a lot of bureaucracy in that, and all that bureaucracy and registration and so on, it will use paper, and paper is not just taken by from trees. It can also for the production of paper, there energy that are used, and most of those energy are using coals, and coals is very bad for the environment as we know it. It brings the carbon from the earth into the air. So I think although it's not necessarily bring a more green economy, but it is one way to start it, because with the efficiency and with the cut of paper usage and paper production, we can just use our laptop to do all the transaction, and all the transaction will be recorded, and everyone that involved in the transaction can access it without having to copy and photocopy the paper and or print the paper, for example. So I think there's a way to need it because the increase of the efficiency. Is that answer your question, Mr. Samuel?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your answer. So probably to other adjudicators.
I start. So maybe I can start. Thank you for your presentation. It is really well presented, and then cover from the issues and the solution that you try to approach. One quick question for me. So how will you ensure that this application, the utilization of blockchain, can be accepted by the SMEs, especially in the small players, as you mentioned, farmers level, etc. As we know that they might have a limitation of let's say internet access or level of education or something like that. How will you ensure that this blockchain can be applicable for them? Yeah, and then how will you make sure that this application, this utilization will not emit more carbon compared to the conventional activities? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I'll answer. The first is, why would they want to apply the blockchain for the business transaction in the first place? Because it can reduce the involvement of middlemen. As we know, many farmers or even fishermen, the presence of middlemen costs them a lot. If they directly sell it with less middlemen or even no middlemen involved, they can increase the price, which mean more money to them, and also the people in the other side can actually get the product with a lower cost. So I think the advantage in money will be motivating for these SMEs. And then about the issue of connectivity and whether they can use the blockchain technology, it is actually very easy. There's a study case in that from a farmer in Latin America. They don't even need a smartphone to sell the product. There are middlemen, of course, but only one middleman that will go directly to the farmers, and they will buy it from them and use and then measure the quality and so on, and then they will just use a conventional smartphone, a conventional phone with only SIM card, and then all that detail of the transaction will be text to them, text, and then I mean, to access blockchain, you only need a SIM card. You don't actually, the farmer don't actually need the access to smartphone. It will increase their reputation, but they don't need to log into what kind of things. But the middleman can use the blockchain application to make reputation or to clarify and to disclose a traceability, because they the people on the other side, I mean the manufacturer or the consumer, can directly track it to the middleman and to actually who produced it. And then may I know your third question, Ms. Din?
So yeah, how will you make sure that this blockchain utilization can be able to reduce the emission in regards to low carbon net zero emission efforts?
I think one of the information that I know the most is the reduction of paper. Of course, in using blockchain, there will be application needed, an application, some sort of application, and digitalization, of course, need electricity, and electricity needs the source, and it can be from coal. But I think by using blockchain, because the transaction can be done only once, there is no twice transaction. You can just every business transaction, every step of it will be recorded once, and then it will be added and added and added and added on each transaction. So there will be no double entries. So it means, well, and everything will be done automatically, of course, because it using smart contract. It can be utilized to do a self-executed transaction. So with automated transaction, we don't need. I think it can lower the consume of our electricity, and then the increase of efficiency, no double documentation whatsoever. Thank you. Is there any more questions?
Yeah, and Professor Kali would like to go first.
Okay, so since I think Joby has been answering all, is there any agreement that Arif should not talk? So this question is for Arif. Okay. I think the general rational thinking of any business always want to avoid the middleman, right? In order to increase the profit and also, the reduction in price for consumers. So this is known to everyone, even the policymakers, they know about it. But even then, this situation prevails, particularly in most of the developing countries. And if you take it in the modern setup, Amazon, WhatsApp, all, in many kind of big companies are always doing the same thing, but they are doing it in a very sophisticated way, otherwise the middleman. So in order to avoid this, definitely the policymakers should increase the infrastructure so that the middleman doesn't have any job. Why is the middleman coming in first? Because the farmer or the producer does not have full information about the product availability and the product the demand for that product and other things. So that is why the middleman plays a role, and then they are happy. So the best thing what you should be including in your conclusions is about, you are always talking about government regulations, but I think regulations will also involve cost, and also it will lead to many kind of corruption and other things in many developing countries. So the main thing is infrastructure development. So if the government is able to provide the best infrastructure, then it should be fine. So that point, I think you should be including in your conclusion. Okay, thanks. Arif, what do you want to say?
Thank you very much for the advice and suggestion. We agree with your suggestion about the regulation will be cost a lot of money to create it. But then in conclusion, maybe we can say that the implementation of blockchain, I think maybe still need a lot of resources to implement in ASEAN, especially in developing country. As we know, in developed country also, there is still a lot of issue that they are facing. But then perhaps in beginning, I mean, we can start to introduce what is blockchain to the society first, and then what is the benefit and advantages also. Then from that, perhaps we can gain a lot of trust from community, and also can lead to the private firm that can help government to create this system. That's from me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
May I? And thanks for the interesting case, this blockchain and SMEs and the poverty reduction. And you brought the case that is the introduction of the blockchain will bring efficiency by removing this information asymmetry that exists with this role of middleman. The challenge when we talk about SMEs and the poverty reduction, and there are basically the main challenge is the digital divide. The divide that is between the SMEs and the big corporations when access to these digital services. The divide between the urban areas and the rural areas in terms of the infrastructure, digital infrastructure. And third is the divide, if you look into this ASEAN divide within the countries. For example, Indonesia and Myanmar, and there is a huge difference. So if you are looking at the poverty reduction and employment generation, and what could be the role for the markets, and as well as the policies to narrow down this divide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anbomozi. Can you repeat again? Is it Marcus?
There is a divide in access to this digital technologies and the services. There is a divide between the at the corporate level and the company level. There is a divide between the urban areas and the rural areas. And there is a divide within the countries, if you look into the ASEAN. So what could be the role of markets and what could be the role of governments in bridging this divide? from the perspective of poverty reduction.
Yeah, sorry. Can you define markers?
Markets is basically the business.
Oh, okay. So the role of markers is to divide the bridge. Yeah. I think the role of markers is, let's start with the role of government first. So the role of government is, I think, to educate people about the blockchain, that there's a technology that can increase efficiency called blockchain. So it can also create a centralized app. I think if it's somehow promoted by the government, I think there will be increase in trust to use that apps by the people, because it is for their own sake. And then I think the role of the business, they can integrate blockchain in their business system just to familiarize the blockchain system with at least for its employee. And then as soon as we start, if we just try it, of course there will be time for to actually implement it. But if we familiarize ourselves with these things, people will follow, especially people with originally have no knowledge about it. So I think also can the business or the private institution can help to build the infrastructure for the utilization of blockchain. I think that is from me. Arif, do you have something to add?
Thank you, Jopi. I would say if there's a lot of concern about blockchain in ASEAN, especially for me, I'm quite agree with Jopi. But then, yeah, sometimes the innovation of technology, it's need to have a lot of time to adapt. But then, if the countries that have a slow of implementing of innovation that already adapt in developed country, means that maybe we can be lack of in terms of innovation, we will have a lot of weaknesses. And also about the blockchain, also we get that the information about the securities that concerning about the blockchain, because there are a lot of data that stored in internet. However, nowadays internet have a lot of risk about the securities, but then we try to find the more low risk that can satisfy the community. I mean, if we compare with cloud computing or maybe any technology, comparing with blockchain, for us that blockchain have the low risk for community and high opportunity for the improving the quality of businesses. Yeah, thank you very much.
Is that answer your question, Mr. Anbo Mozi?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's close to. So once again, thank you very much. It is an interesting idea that you people put forward, and this blockchain, and that increases the efficiency and create a new opportunities. But still the challenges remain, and that could be tackled at the different levels. And also, as mentioned by Mr. Samuel and Ms. Dia, and there is another component of the sustainability and how it contributed for the increased emissions. There is no clear way, and one way is also this improved. It has been told that is efficiency, that is a paperless work will increase that efficiency, particularly carbon productivity, but the challenges remain. Thank you.
Thank you, and the time is up. Team Classical, thank you very much for the presentation and for your participation throughout the competition. You did very well, and congratulations for coming this far. Moreover, thank you to the educators for putting our competitors to the test. This concludes the first session with Team Classical, and delegates from the team should proceed to their assigned breakout rooms. After that, we'll begin the second session with Team Chicago.
Now that the delegates from Team Chicago are in the main room, we can move on to the second session with the team. To Team Chicago, please wait for the committee to prepare the stage. Now that the stage is ready, Team Chicago, please prepare your presentation and make sure to turn on your camera. You can start your presentation in 3, 2, 1.
Good morning, panels. Pandemic of COVID-19 had impacted our economy quite badly. However, through our analysis, we found that it is not all bad. The unexpected good impacts, of which can even create more inclusive and sustainable economic growth for ASEAN. Throughout this presentation, my colleague Exi and I will explain further about that. First, we're going to explain a little about the case study and the status quo in the introduction. Next. Next. ASEAN countries has been experiencing high economic growth over the last decades. We can see this from the graph on the left. Malaysia and Indonesia has a relatively higher slope. This suggests that they have one of the fastest growing economy among others in this graph, which make them more likely to escape the middle income trap fast. But the high economic growth is not sustainable. We can see from the graph on the right, this high economic growth follows higher emission of carbon. Considering the latest projection of climate change, these countries need to push down their carbon emission. However, they need to do it carefully, and they need to design a plan to do that in order to not jeopardize their economic growth. In addition to that issue, there is an unprecedented event of pandemic, which impact can be seen from the graph on the left. In 2020, there is a downturn trend in every country observed. Next. The pandemic of COVID-19 really does impact the ASEAN countries badly, because the regulation of physical distancing, the productivity of the economic activities is decreasing. Moreover, the government spending that could be invested in other sector that enhances economic growth needs to be allocated to help the healthcare system and help those people on the brink of poverty. Despite that, however, there are several good impacts of the pandemic, such as higher rate of educational technology and digital learning, higher penetration of e-commerce, and lower carbon footprint. Considering those good impacts and the need to bounce back after the pandemic, we came up with 3 strategies. First, regulating hybrid working and learning as a new normal post-pandemic. Second, providing MOOC, which is accessible to all ASEAN countries. And the last, starting multinational company that sell reusable shipping packaging. Next. Next. Now let's move along to our analysis. First, we're going to discuss the importance of poverty reduction as well as its progress in ASEAN. From the graph on the left, we can notice the significant downward trend of poverty rate among ASEAN countries. However, at the present, it is still quite high, especially that in Indonesia and Vietnam. Furthermore, the graph on the right shows us how important poverty reduction is to scale up to be a high-income country. We can see that the developed country in this graph, like the United Kingdom and Australia, have really low poverty rate and also higher GNI per capita. And the country that has lower rates in ASEAN, that is Malaysia, actually have the highest GNI per capita among those countries. Next. Now we're going to discuss the pros and the cons of the pandemic of COVID-19 in ASEAN. The graph on the left suggests that pandemic could set back the progress of poverty reduction. That is a bad impact, knowing how important poverty reduction is to level up. However, there are several good impacts came out of it. Some of them are increasing productivity caused by work from home and the rate of innovation of digital learning. Because studying and working is done mainly from home, the carbon from commuting is also can be reduced. Other impacts is the higher rate of e-commerce that increasing the revenue of the industry. Moreover, higher rate of online shopping could actually reduce carbon emission too. Next.
All right, honorable panels, now we're going to talk about climate change in Asia. A report for International Energy Agency mentioned that aggregate energy demand in Southeast Asia has increased by more than 80%, with fossil fuel being the most preferred source of energy. So consequently, carbon dioxide level emission become the largest constituent of greenhouse emission in Southeast Asia. As a matter of fact, this will eventually impact to the climate change significantly. The data show that top 5 countries which contribute to the carbon dioxide emission in Southeast Asia, which is Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam, which contribute 90% of regional greenhouse gas emission. Next. Well, however, 3 of the top 5 countries which contribute to the carbon dioxide emission are expected to be most affected by extreme climate events, with Myanmar as the highest one. So the probable cause of the impact of climate change is the extreme poverty in the region, which is not solved yet, the dependency of national economic and society, and so on and so forth. So the impact of climate change is basically reduce the agricultural productivity, losses of labor productivity, reduce human health, increase energy and other resource demand, and so on and so forth, which will be directly affected to the countries which run the agriculture activities mostly. Next. Yeah. Several countries have started to make policies, 2 of which are tax carbon, a strict law or liability. Well, in one side, it is very beneficial for the country because it maximizes the state revenue, contribute to the green program, and then reduce greenhouse gas emission, and so on and so forth. But on the other side, business could claim that higher tax may discourage investment and economic growth. So consequently, it will inhibit Indonesian investment, especially. As we know, the Indonesia enacting the omnibus bills, which is attempting to improve the investment climate. If Indonesia applied the tax carbon, it will reduce the investment interest in Indonesia, since all the bureaucracy in Indonesia is quite long and complicated. Next. So now, since all the countries is facing COVID-19, how COVID affect the level of climate change? As we mentioned in this slide, that COVID-19 make people switch to teleworking and online conferencing, which will decrease the level of carbon dioxide emission, as the data showed. Next. So now, as the mentioned problems, we're going to move on to explain the solution we'd like to propose. 3 policies to create economic growth that is pro-poor and pro-environment in Asian countries. Next. The first one is about the regulated hybrid working and learning. Well, as the COVID-19 cases continue to increase, academia is attempting to increase online learning opportunities for students. However, Singapore has implemented blended learning since 2009. One of them is NTU. They provide a holistic and seamless learning environment, provide a good communication between the faculty and students. As a result, these blended or hybrid working and learning create an additional opportunities as it allows them to be included in-person instruction on a regular basis. It makes them to be more creative, let them to be multitask and well-skilled. Cost efficiency, reduce the use of paper for tests and so on and so forth. The solution we propose by this means is to implement a regulated hybrid working and learning, as the hybrid working and learning is proved successful in several countries, which is the Singapore and also Denmark. Students or workers can still be productive from home using the solution, but they will not need to use their vehicle as frequently as they did previously. So with this new normal, it will save the economy, save the environment, and very feasible. Next, our solution will be delivered by my colleague, Irfan.
The second solution that I would like to propose is making MOOC accessible to all Asian countries. Why? Because first, MOOC can enhance social mobility. And the second, MOOC will induce online learning, which can make us receive a higher benefit, like we explained before. However, there are several challenges that ASEAN might experience from this MOOC. The first is MOOC mainly beneficial to privileged groups. And the second is the resources are heavily centered in Europe and North America, which make MOOC quite costly, considering the GDP per capita of ASEAN citizens. So we propose to make this MOOC accessible by making our own MOOC in ASEAN, by developing platform and online resources, collaborate with universities and ASEAN, and also giving subsidies and scholarships. Next. This is our third solution and our actually last solution. That is by starting a business, a multinational company that sells shipping packaging. So beside the economic benefit of e-commerce, there's an issue of growing waste from the industry, especially shipping packaging waste. However, reusable shipping packaging can mitigate this risk, and many countries, especially developed countries, will want to get this product. Therefore, we can see it as a business opportunities. ASEAN countries can make a multinational company that produces reusable shipping packaging. The fund to start this business can be shared between communities and private entities, and the revenue from this business could help those countries to enhance their economic growth even more. Next.
Well then, honorable panelists, I'd like to put our conclusion and our final remarks. As the world is facing the pandemic and the climate change issue may affect the economic sustainability of the country, we need to take the most feasible action. The solutions we proposed previously is the regulated hybrid working and learning, MOOC with accessible to all Asian countries, and initiated multinational company that sell reusable shipping packaging. The solution answer the main question to be pro-poor and pro-environment, since we increase productivity while lowering carbon emissions. Furthermore, we create jobs while protecting the environment by forming environmental friendly products with community and private entities, and establishing international cooperation between Asian and Asia. Next. That's all from us. Thank you very much for your attention. Good morning.
The time is up for your presentation. Thank you, Team Chicago, for the presentation. And now we can move on to the question and answer session together with the adjudicators. To the adjudicators, if you have any questions, you can start unmuting to voice out your questions.
Pak Anbu, Professor Kalirajan, do you want to start or?
No, please proceed.
Okay. So thank you very much, Irfan and XC from Chicago team for the presentation. I think the presentation is very good. It's very well done. You presented the case really well and also providing enough evidence to convince us about the issues, and also presented an interesting solutions in terms of hybrid working and learning, and also MNCs, and also integrated MOOCs from what I can see. I have two questions regarding, so the first one is regarding the hybrid working and learning. So how will you implement this in less developed countries or less developed regions? Because your example is Singapore, and Singapore has already a very good digital infrastructure and such, and probably has a better management in companies. So there will be some gap or lacks in several regions. So how will you implement this in less developed countries? And what is the biggest hindrance in less developed regions, according to you? And second question is regarding the MOOC. MOOC in ASEAN seems interesting, but from what I can see right now, MOOC does not really need to have that much huge scalability, because several constraints exist, like cultural, language, education gap. So, because of that, MOOC already happening around the ASEAN countries, one guru, for example, but it's kind of like limited to one country. But this is an interesting idea. So what kind of cooperation would you seek from this? Like what kind of a form of cooperation in this ASEAN MOOC that would you propose in this kind? Okay, thank you.
Maybe you can answer Sam's questions first, then we move on to the next question.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. I'm going to answer the first question at the very first. So actually, this idea is quite difficult. Yeah, we know that this idea is quite difficult to be implemented in some rural areas, especially in underdeveloped countries. But our solutions will be implemented at the very first in the big cities. If the result is quite good and give a positive impact, it works well, the government will we will work in collaboration with the government to implement this in the rural area, even the underdeveloped countries. So at the very first, we want to see how much effective this in developing countries, for example, in the big cities. And then if it works, we will implement this in the rural areas. So yeah, basically start from the big city at the very first. Yeah. Next question, Irfan.
Yep. Thank you, sir, for the question. I'd like to answer the question for the MOOC. So the MOOC that we're going to propose really focus heavily on certification. So this certification focus on actually develop skills even more rather than earning the full degree of education. So the demand or a trend for this certification is actually quite noticeable. As we can see from LinkedIn, for example, there are many of certifications that can increase the possibility of employability of the people in this platform. And the people, including in Indonesia, actually want to get or rather demand this product even more. And the companies that provided this kind of certification is actually rising too. We can see from Renew and other companies which similar to this to that platform. And also the other than and also this kind of certification actually quite preferable in countries like Indonesia, because by this certification offered by MOOC, the people in Indonesia do not need to pay a full tuition to get the skills that they need to be hired in the working environment. So we believe that this MLOC can reduce the cost of education itself by at the same time increasing the level of educational attainment of Indonesia and also and general Asian countries. Therefore, we really think that MLOC is a really good idea to be implemented, especially to enhance the economic growth for ASEAN countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Irfan and Nexi, for the answers. I think we can move to Via.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the presentation. You really present the topic really well on your presentation and comes up with the really excellent solutions. I have two questions. First, with the solution that you proposed on MOOC, so it is great. But my question is, how could you ensure that the certificate that the participant receive from this online course can be acceptable when they apply to a certain job, or maybe they want to pursue next degree of education, something like that? I think in this you might come with the discussion how, let's say in Indonesia, we can use this certificate online course for applying job, etc. And perhaps in wider scope, there is a cooperation between ASEAN countries on this topic, on this discussion. Yeah. And then the second question is about the reusable shipping packaging. It is really great idea. I appreciate that. But reusable has also the age of and that it cannot be used. So how can you manage when this packaging come to unusable? Is there any idea of the infrastructure of the facility that can manage this waste in the future? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miss, for the question. So maybe I'd like to start with answering the question about MOOC first. I think your question is very valid, because education is actually the form, like the medium of signaling employers about the capability of the potential employers itself. So this the certification can be acceptable to these employers by close coordination between the MOOC and the employer itself. There are several studies that actually said that the current educational system does not actually provide the skills that the employers need from these graduated students. With this MOOC, the skills is rather like specialized, and the problem of whether this certificate can be trusted or not is the matter of the coordination between the MOOC and employer itself. The employer can make a division of research and also, or maybe research deeper into the MOOC, whether the system of learning is quite effective, and also the level of the level of lesson learned is quite efficient. And if the result from that research is satisfying by these employers, then we believe these employers will like to accept that kind of certification. And even maybe they're going to use this MOOC to provide a training to skill up their current employees. And the second question is about the company, the multinational companies, for reusable shipping packaging. So the packaging that we propose is reusable throughout the course of its life. So at the end of this life, we would like to find a way to recycle this plastic as efficient as possible. And also we're going to formulate and develop circular economy design when we develop this business idea, so that the waste that's going to be thrown out to the environment will be kept at the most maximum level. Thank you, Ms.
Yeah, Miss. Probably I'll ask. I'll add some points about the MOOC program. Well, as Irwan mentioned previously, that this program is a cooperation between the countries in Asia. So any educational institutions or other institutions, which will create the courses, the trainings, and so on and so forth, will make an agreement between the countries. So the certification might be valid and acceptable in all countries in Asia, in Asian, I mean. Yeah, I think that's all. Thank you very much for the question.
You so probably Prof. Kali or Dr. Anbu.
And,
Any other question?
well, thank you, and a very interesting idea. And the topic of our discussion is COVID recovery and climate change and the poverty reduction. And you proposed 3 ideas as a kind of a solution. And one is that is regulated hybrid working and more accessible to all, and then multinational companies to work on the recycling. And this is very interesting ideas, and you also provide the evidence that can increase the efficiency and inclusivity, and that can be a solutions. I have 2 points of inquiry. One is there is plenty of ideas and the solutions available, and why you selected these 3 ideas for the study or as kind of a proposition. My second question is, in your slide, you are also showed this SDGs 1 to 17, and what is the relationship between these 3 ideas and these SDG goals? Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the question. Maybe I'd like to go first answering that question. Maybe my colleague actually would like to add to that answer. So the reason why we select this idea is to answer the problem that is currently happening in ASEAN country. The first, and also the good impacts that resulted from the pandemic itself. So we actually thought that after this pandemic happened, we should really follow the same like behavior because the impact is really good. For example, from the hybrid working and study, we noticed that there's optimization of internet usage of Indonesia, and we believe this is a good improvement that is rather forced by the pandemic, and this will actually prepare us from the challenge of the future. And also by hybrid system, the carbon emission from commuting will be actually reduced. So we think that this hybrid will be really great for the betterment, or rather the improvement of the environment. And for the second solution, that is the MOOC, we think that based on that argument for online learning, we think that there is need to be a digital learning platform for all of the ASEAN countries that need to be accessible, because this digital learning platform mainly beneficial to privileged groups. So there's an issue of inequality that going to be raised from this digital learning. So by providing this MOOC, we hope that digital learning can be accessible to all students in ASEAN countries without exceptions. And the last one is from the starting the companies of reusable shipping packaging is actually want to mitigate the risk that came from the e-commerce, because e-commerce is really great for the economy, but we think that we need to make it more sustainable. Maybe the second question would like to be answered by my colleague.
Well, thank you very much for the question, sir. Well, actually, our main program is pro-poor and pro-environment, which is basically, it also kind of go which is needed in SDG. So basically, our goal is same as the SDGs goal. So that's why our three main idea is really reflect the SDGs. That's why we choose it in our proposal. And also, I'd like to add some points from Irfan's answer, which is we know that because of the pandemic, the online shopping or online consuming products is very high. So in order to mitigate the risk and also to maintain the sustainability of the environment, we would like to propose our program, which is the friendly environment product. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It improved my understanding, and I leave the floor to Professor Kalirajan.
Irfan and Lexi, nice presentation. As Anbu already mentioned, this has only kind of concentrated on climate change, and then how to improve all those things. You bringing in the circular economy concept. That's a good idea. But somehow there is no connection between the poverty reduction and all those things. And discussion about MOOC is okay, fine, but because one of the advantages of MOOC is it brings harmonious standard in the education field. Whereas if it is left to the different universities the Myanmar universities tried is different from the Indonesian side, from others. So this is a good contribution from MOOC, but if it handled properly. So what made you that you did not worry about the poverty reduction concept in this one? You completely overlooked it. So what is the reason? Why? So you can answer now, because the World Bank has just released a report which is giving about the top 10 countries or top 13 countries worst in poverty reductions. And 2 of the Asian countries are coming in within the 10, that is Myanmar and Cambodia. So Myanmar has about 26% of poverty, below the poverty line of 5.50. So if ASEAN's then the main concern, because if you want to have your harmonious, regional grouping, which has been successful for many years. So is it not that poverty reduction also plays a major role in these kind of things? So how do you link that one, or why did you overlook poverty reduction?
Yes. So to make sure that I understand the question, so the how is the poverty reduction actually like in relation to MOOC and also our green economy, circular economy, sir?
Sure.
Yes.
Yes.
So
yeah, you can consider. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So from the green economy, so we believe that the poverty reduction will be effective and efficient when the economy is also productive. So when the economy grows rapidly, the poverty reduction will also be decreased rapidly. But like in the graph we showed you before, the consequences of raising this high economic growth is the carbon emission that raised by this country. There are actually several studies that put forward how developing country actually kind of emit a pretty large amount of carbon. So to make sure that every country in ASEAN grew economically, and also the poverty also reduced, we believe that the system of the economy need to be environmentally sustainable. That is why we add the element of circular economy to it, sir. And from the MOOC, we believe that there's a diverse condition of poverty among the ASEAN countries. However, we believe that we can mitigate this risk by coordination between these ASEAN countries. So, for example, the poverty in Cambodia can be held by other countries like Indonesia and Malaysia in terms of fund and maybe the investment in infrastructure, so that they will be able to experience the full advantage, or rather the benefit of MOOC itself, sir.
Okay, good.
Yes, sir.
Exi, do you want to say anything?
I think it's enough. It's really, really comprehensive answer from my teammates.
So you feel hungry now? Okay, good.
A little bit, sir.
Thank you.
I think we have one more. Okay, please. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Time is up for the presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Neoclassical team, for the presentation. And now, also for your participation throughout the competition. You did very well, and congratulations for coming this far. Moreover, we would also like to thank the educators for asking to the participants and also challenging the participants. Now, this marks the end of the session with the team, in which the delegates from the team must please move to their respective breakout rooms.
Now that the delegates from Team Neoclassical are in the main room, we can move on to the third session of the grand finals with Team Neoclassical. To Team Neoclassical, please wait for the committee to prepare the stage.
Now that the stage is ready, Team Neoclassical, please prepare your presentation and make sure to turn on your camera. You can start your presentation in 3, 2, 1.
Good morning, Honorable Adjudicator and all participants. 2 years have passed since the world's first infections of COVID-19 was detected in 2019. More than just a health phenomenon, the COVID-19 problem crawling into various human being life, and every people not ready to face it. Next slide. While the COVID-19 has become an expected global issue, the world is actually facing another problem that has been long predicted to discuss: climate change. Next slide. These two problems has received a major focus on the world AIDS. According to the Oxford report on BBC, approximately 160 million people have been pushed into poverty because of the COVID-19 and suppression the world economy due to lockdown and various restrictions apply. Meanwhile, in regarding to climate change, US NASA report that our Earth has hit 1 point on Celsius since 1880. This decides the temperature increase has been much higher than the earlier era. causing the death of millions of people and affect more than the 10,000 species on Earth. Next slide. Now we will discuss about the pandemic situations and how Asia's economic during the pandemic. Next slide. Okay. This graph explains that the country in ASEAN region have experienced an increasing confirmed case of COVID-19 since the first case appeared. At the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, Indonesia and Singapore earlier confirmed cases than other countries. At the end of 2020, Malaysia showed more significant increase in cases than other countries. From the graph, we can see that the pandemic is affecting all countries in ASEAN region. Next. Okay. Due to the similarity in the characteristic of country in the ASEAN region, the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic for each country is the same. During the COVID-19, Asian region had a marginal higher death rate, and the recovery rate in ASEAN region is also 87%, and it is lower than other Asia region, which is 89%. And the COVID-19 in ASEAN region has increased rapidly since the beginning of the pandemic due to the lower number of COVID-19 tests. The test rate in ASEAN region is 3.7% compared to 10% in the other Asia region. The existence of pandemic COVID-19 not only affect the health but also the other sectors like economy. In the economic sector, average Asian country experience economic contractions of negative 3.8%, which affect the economic growth of each country. And then the United States Conference on Trade and Development (UNTAC) in 2020 state that the pandemic will also have the impact of FDI, foreign direct investment, effect of FDI prospect for Asia, ASEAN country, and the World Investment Report project a reduction of range of 260 until 330 USD billion in 2020 and drop 30 until 45% since the previous year. Next slide. Okay, this graph illustrates the country in ASEAN were negative GDP during the pandemic, and as we can see from the graphic, all of the Asian countries in ASEAN have decreasing GDP, and the average of GDP in ASEAN is negative 2.8. Next. In the labor sector too, 35 to 80 million people in developing nations pushed into the extreme poverty, and 3 million workers in Indonesia lost their job because of the retrench, which is 86% from male and 32% from female. Next. And now we want to see how ASEAN respond to the pandemic. Most of ASEAN's countries use the same policy like overall fiscal measure, healthy system measure, income support, the tax considerations, other expenditure, loan to business, subsidy to business, and state to government. But Indonesia doesn't apply the other expenditure, subsidy to business, and set loan guarantees. And only in Malaysia use the policies that loan guarantee. Next slide. Okay. To help the poor people in ASEAN, each country can implement income support for poor people and investment promotions, facilities, and improvement. It can be used in the short run during and after the pandemic, and the medium and the long run, the Asian country can use to implement promoting the economic inclusions of the poor and vulnerable, accelerations of digitalization, and support the role of private sector and the other stakeholders. Next. And also for the better conditions for all countries, every country has challenged to build a new opportunity for international cooperations for Asia, like increasing inequality, creating middle income trade, competitions in limiting natural resources, raising income inequality, global warming, climate change, and the poor governance and weak institutional capacity. Next. And to understand the context of each ASEAN's economic, we provide information of general GDP structure of Asian countries in the Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and Philippines. Okay, the data can see from this, and then Indonesia less than 50% industry and service, and more than 10% agriculture. Next.
Okay. In order to combat climate change, ASEAN countries have worked toward net zero emission. ASEAN climate change report shows that there are several underlying problems that is responsible for high climate change vulnerability in ASEAN region. The first is high extreme poverty, high dependency on sector that is affecting climate change, high prosperity of migration, and deforestation. Next. ASEAN greenhouse gas emission has continued to rise due to increasing energy related to carbon dioxide and greenhouse gases emission. While reflecting substantial emission from forest and coal plant, Indonesia deforestation and peatland exploitation are together leading ASEAN become the large net emitter of greenhouse gases emission, while Vietnam has a negative greenhouse gases emission. Next. ASEAN countries have received a total of $3.95 billion in terms of climate financing through bilateral financing. Of this, 74% received from bilateral sources was allocated to climate change mitigation, while only 15% to adaptation. Next. Contrary to the vision, some countries might still strongly depend on the availability of fossil fuel. This might be a reason why some countries still have a high fossil fuel subsidy. To its people, a policy like this could actually incentivize the innovator and business owner related to renewable energy sector to innovate and provide renewable energy sources. Next. Some countries also adopt carbon pricing policies to address the externalities caused by environmentally friendly activities. Next. While climate change has gained attention from the public sector, however, the government may not fully provide the funding that is needed to improve the development of green economy to its optimum potential due to limited budget of the emergency of other problems that is also require attention for. Thus, the private involvement is also needed. There are several private investment instruments that is widely known in ASEAN. Next. Okay, now we focus on green bond market in ASEAN. This figure shows the use of proceeds and where the issuers usually come from. The problem of private investment is that they can tend more to be interested in safe project that is low risk, more profitable, more recognition, and lower cost. The task of public sector is to focus on this gap. Okay, next. This is a broad idea about how ASEAN countries can address climate change by promoting involvement in private sector, creating a clear framework, support safety, and boost innovation. Next. The current ASEAN recovery framework has tapped the problem of poverty, inequality, and sustainability, but there are also several things that we could improve in the ASEAN country policy and collaboration. First, private sector finance has not reached its full potential. This due to the type. This could be tapped through various policy and incentive measures that could be fully developed in the region. Also, climate proofing by building well law, food labeling guideline, and environment regulation can shift from the burdens to individual and reduce the cost of the government. In poor program, each country can improve policy by developing integration and competitiveness by pushing development of trends and technology, infrastructure linkage, and also such as training people to develop their skill. Also, most countries already have their medium and long-term policy and target to achieve this goal. But we recommend this to make think tank development and initiative as part of this problem, as part of this policy. Development of think tank is actually pretty low in ASEAN countries, but have a big potential in setting an effective policy and improving research and development. Providing an agreed definition, regulation, and voluntary guidelines to all sustainable finance instrument is actually essential for to boost investment and ensure the safety of investment green finance in ASEAN. An outlook and forum discussion between ASEAN that exists now is actually need to be maintained to make sure that every ASEAN countries have the same vision, have the same insight and information, and could have benefiting collaboration between each other. Okay, so from this presentation, we can conclude that ASEAN countries are actually facing a similar problem, maybe in a different intensity, but we are working towards a same vision and same goal to with each other. That is why we could boost the recovery from our countries by doing a collaboration and have a good discussion with each other. Thank you. And that is all for our presentation, and we are open for further discussion.
The time is up for your presentation. Thank you, Neoclassical team, for the presentation. And now we can move on to the educators' question and answer session. If the educators have any questions, you may begin unmuting the mic to voice them.
Good morning, and thank you, Ishan, and also Sylviana for the presentation. I think this is a very good presentation, very thorough on the cases, and also you follow the ASEAN recovery framework for the recommendations. So my question, I have one question actually, but it can branch to other questions. So let's say that if you are the government officials from ASEAN countries, or probably on the ASEAN, what would you prioritize in this recovery framework? Which one would you prioritize? Which one you feel most important and probably more feasible to implement? That's all my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Julius, for your question. We believe that probably for the short period of time that today, the main priority is enhancing a health system, because the current condition is we are facing a COVID-19 pandemic, which is the root of many problems happening today, about the poverty, inequality, and also the labor problem that we mentioned earlier. So we believe that the health system is actually the most important thing for now. And also the second is actually after if the health system is already strengthened and we maybe the problem of COVID-19 is not as big as today world. The second importance is actually maintaining the inter-ASEAN market and broader economic integration, because it would boost trade and investment. And also we integrate the concept of sustainability, that is the strategy 5, into a part of this pillars like that. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. Probably next to Fiat.
Sam. So yeah, thank you, Ijian and Sylviana for the presentation. It's really well nice presentation, and you cover the topic from the poverty to the Asian scope of presentation. One question. So to eradicate the poverty under the Asia Recovery Framework, what would you do to accommodate the poor group and poor people? Which priority that you have mentioned to eradicate the poverty? Please, thank you.
Okay.
Pues,
Okay. Actually, for the poverty eradication program, we actually believe that for a long term, for the long term, education is the most important in alleviating poverty, because it also require a human capital investment, and also good for a long term in addressing chronic poverty. But for today, we also believe that cash transfer and something like more materialistic solution is also needed in COVID-19 pandemic, because also research shows that poverty people could get out from poverty by also receiving more money, a significant amount of money. And we realize that in the current situation, many poverty that is happening today is there are many people fall into poverty and not very, but not maybe very deep. But so for addressing the current problem, this temporary problem, we need first to give like cash transfer and subsidy. And for the long-term period, we also need to consider the importance of giving education inclusive for all. Maybe Sylviana want to add some point?
Yes, I wanna add some answer. We believe that in the long term, education can improve, can make a better life for each poor family, because of with education, or with the better education, it can make employment, because of they have a better skill to work and compete with the others. So it can be more effective to help the poor family to out from the poverty. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. Dr. Anbu or Prof. Kali, you may have questions.
Thank you. And I think you had a very, very comprehensive analysis of this impact of the COVID, and then the climate, you relate to the climate change and the impacts and the opportunities. And then finally, you recommended this ACR of ASEAN Recovery Framework could be a kind of blueprint for addressing the poverty. And you also mentioned that is we are far, the pandemic is far from over, but you mentioned it created new poor people. And in Indonesia, many people, I think you mentioned about 3 million people has lost a job, and maybe worst is to come. And if you integrate this climate change effects, then you will be finding more people in the poverty trap. And second thing is also it is increase the inequality and between the male and female, and between the regions. So my question here is, is this ACRF, which has the 5 broader strategies focusing on health, human security, economic integration, the digitalization, and then focusing on the sustainability. Is it enough? Or do we miss anything?
I think we beside that problem, we also need to collaborations for each country in the ASEAN to help and to recover the situations. So not only accelerations, digitalizations, but also need to support from the one country to each country to together recovery.
Yes, and also in this current ASEAN recovery framework, we actually see a room for improvement, especially we believe that involving part of developing think tank in each country to be taking part on this ASEAN recovery is actually essential, because think tank is actually they do research, and they also have a good potential in creating a new policy and a new perspective from the society. And also yeah, the important also we also see the room of improvement, and we already see that we have several market instruments in green finance, and we believe and we see, especially in like green and sustainable and social bond, that is actually the goal is like addressing climate change, addressing poverty, and others. It's actually the regulation is come from the private sectors like ASEAN Capital Market Forum or International Capital Market Association, and there is very little regulation about from the government itself. The guidelines is actually usually that is access now is voluntary. That is voluntary. Maybe we could also give a clear definition and regulation that is come from the government. So that is also give more incentive stimulus in the market. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a very nice presentation, and you have really, the format what you have followed is particularly is very common and relevant to the ASEAN, many of the ASEAN reports. So that's fine. I had the two questions. One is about poverty, but which Dion has already asked, and so now you have answered a bit on that one. But next one, when answering Dion's question, what you are saying is, even though in the short run subsidies and cash outs can help these things, but one issue there is, even though you may have money, but if you can't get access to the goods what you need, then there is no point in having the cash because of the breakdown of the supply chains due to COVID-19. So the important thing there is access to goods and services. So that needs to be taken care of. And then you are saying that in the longer run, we should concentrate on health and education. I agree that health and education are more important areas which now everybody is trying to concentrate. But the question is, again, access. Are we, given the policymakers' ideas of health, are we going for just basic health and access to all, which is necessary? Or are we going to concentrate on specialized treatments? Because, for example, COVID-19 requires a kind of a specialized treatment or a specialized research and all this. So it's a dilemma for the policymaker, whether to go for, the basic, improving the basic one and the access, or developing this one. For example, for a major disease, in Singapore, we have a lab, and then that can serve ASEAN countries. And then, most importantly, in the health sector, if you want to bring in the ASEAN cooperation from within ASEAN countries, then the training of doctors within the ASEAN is also important. For that, we need a kind of a homogeneous set of education rules and regulations, which is missing. So even though in the comprehensive recovery framework, everybody is talking about, okay, we can help and this, but how are we going to do? For example, even in Indonesia, some specialized nurses can come and do their jobs, but not ordinary unspecialized nurses are not allowed to come into work in Indonesia from the Philippines or from anywhere else. And similarly, in Thailand, anybody can get into the doctor profession, but there are 3 different tests. First 2 tests they can do in English, even though you don't know the Thai language. But the last one, you have to do the test in Thai language. So unless you know this, so these kind of regulations are all hindering the movement of health professionals within ASEAN and also outside ASEAN. So all these things need to be taken care of. Okay, and so the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework, is not giving that much attention to these kind of issues, which you could highlight in one of those, recommendations that the framework should be based on reality and practicality rather than just, theoretical things. Otherwise, your presentation is very good and the format is very good. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you for the feedback and the question. We actually agree that the access to infrastructure, especially for health and education itself, is require more attention. And we actually believe that is sometimes people just cannot access they have actually the potential but cannot access the same opportunity. Probably we could address it, but maybe we could also internalize the concept of right-based development in our framework. That is, internalize the concept of international human rights in education, because in education and health, because sometimes we also see that is that for some category of people, for example, that is someone that is very poor, live in slum and have a disability, are actually get less access to those infrastructure. And maybe we need to make it as a part of maybe the school curriculum, and also paying more attention to the slums community. And we also maybe could establish a program that is voluntary for doctor to from one area to go to something that a place that is more isolated, like a voluntarity and or some awards and something like that to promote the equality of access. Thank you.
I think we have some more time, and just 2 points. And one is Silviana mentioned about international cooperation. I think in your reply you mentioned that is a necessity, but how it would happen? And here we have a 3 group of countries. I think one is which is ultra rich, Singapore and Brunei, and the second is the low income countries like Malaysia, Myanmar, Cambodia, and Laos, and the third is the middle income countries, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. So I would like to deepen your thoughts and let me know, that is the given this kind of difference in the developmental stage, how this international cooperation can happen. And my point of questions to Lizanne Pizar is, you mentioned the capital markets and the green bonds, but this capital flows doesn't have emotions when coming to the poverty, and basically it looks for the profits, and basically the cash flow happens with this basic bottom of the rule, and so in your observation, and what could be the role for these green bonds or the transition bonds and the social entrepreneurship which has been evolving or maybe fastened during this pandemic period, and where this is, we can see the community-based business startups came up, and they filled a kind of vacuum. And but still they are struggling to have an access to the finance where the capital market is not responding. So what is your thought about it? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the questions about the structure of each country, which is the Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, Brunei, and Indonesia, and other countries to international how the international corporations can be run. It's based on the structure of the each country. So it is the difference. It is the difference. It is the different treatment for each country based on their structure. So we can to help each country like Indonesia, Vietnam, Laos. International corporations can help in the industries and services. Okay, and ASEAN.
Oh, okay. Actually, also, I wanted some point about international cooperation. We also can keep doing outlook and forum or discussion between ASEAN countries. Focus on this particular problem that is actually needed. It actually needed to conduct in order to share the same vision, knowing the current situation and what one country could do for others and others to the other countries. Okay. And also about the green bonds, I agree about green bond, sustainability bond and social bond. I agree that is emotionless actually. But actually we see the potential of this to finance some project that is actually more profitable for them, because we see that the government is actually facing a limited budget for every program. Like they have limited budget, and the private sector have the ability to fulfill it. So in the government's program that is related to this program that is in that program that is targeted by bonds, actually the government could take the part to finance a program programs that is less that people from private sector is less interested in. For example, people from the private sector is actually more interested in energy sectors and buildings because that is related to their business. But something like water sanitation is actually, they don't pay so much attention about it, about poverty, about education and something like that. And government could more focus on this. Actually, it is more like coordination between private sector and public sector in this regards, and also to make sure that there is no social washing, greenwashing in this effort. Actually, we could adapt how the European and US how implies social impact bonds. Actually, they applied social impact bonds by doing a payment-based bond actually. So the bond is not like regular bonds, it is more like contract, which they only paid if the target, the social or green target is actually achieved. If they do not achieve that, they do not get the return that they are targeting to. So I think it is a good idea to imply that, so there is no social washing or they just looking for additional money for their business. Actually, a payment by result like that could give a good prevention of this kind of potential problem. And even though it is emotionless, actually, the government could address the gap in the each sectors that is need to be financed. I think that is all about the green bond market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you have any other two slides to show? We have now we are in the recommendation section. And do you have any closing slide to show us?
Oh, okay. Actually, next.
No, thank you.
Okay,
Oh.
actually, it is the closing the closing slide.
Thank
This
you.
is the best. This is the best slide in your presentation.
Thank you, Team Neoclassical. And now the time is up for the question and answer session. To Team Neoclassical, thank you very much for the presentation and for your participation throughout the competition. You did very well, and congratulations for coming this far. Moreover, thank you, adjudicators, for challenging our participants. This marks the end of the third session with Team Neoclassical, in which delegates from the team must please move to their respective breakout rooms.
Before moving on to the next session with Team Ricardian, we are going to have a 15-minute break. Following the break, Team Ricardian will present. To all the participants, you may take a break and return to the Zoom meeting later. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Our break has just ended, which means that the session of the grand finals will start soon. We will wait for the delegates from Team Ricardian to come to the main room.
Now that the delegates from Team Ricardian are in the main room, we can move on to the fourth session of the grand finals. To Team Ricardian, please wait for the committee to prepare the stage.
Now that the stage is ready, Team Ricardian, please prepare your presentation and make sure to turn on your camera. Now, you can start your presentation in 3, 2, 1.
Good morning, honorable judges. At this present moment, we are in a very exact junction between the recovery of the pandemic and a path to creating a sustainable future or sticking into status quo. Therefore, when the rising problem for the implementation of sustainable solutions that can empower the poor people that were increased rapidly during the pandemic and to enhance the environmental resilience to attain the target of sustainable development goals, we need holistic solutions that encompass all the ongoing problems. We are trying to provide solutions, but first, we are going to comprehend the background that leads to all of this. Next. So first, the outline of this paper that will consist of 6 major points, which are background, potential impacts, short-term solutions, long-term solutions, feasibility metrics, and conclusions. Next. First, we are trying to look back at the event of the pandemic, which had major disastrous impact in the ASEAN, with confirmed case almost 280 million and fatalities more than 300,000. The ASEAN's economy contracted by almost 3.8% in 2020, and it also has caused surge in biohazardous waste, while lockdown measures caused weakening for law enforcement in regulatory in environmental activities. Next. This means that we need to also look at other variables, which are the poverty. We're going to talk about the poverty within ASEAN, which the statistics show that almost 40 million people living below extreme poverty line in ASEAN in 2017. ASEAN has seen a steady decline of poverty, however, from 47% in 1990 to 50% in 2015. However, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, 9 million Southeast Asians fell into poverty in 2020. Next. Next, we are going to talk about environmental problems that currently becoming more adverse year by year in ASEAN. We can see that from the graph that sulfur dioxide and other pollutions has seen a rapid increase from year by year. This surely is unhealthy for air quality in ASEAN, and it affecting the air quality and being an obstacle to achieve the Paris Agreement and Sustainable Development Goals number 13, which is the climate resiliency. From the graph itself, we also can see that Indonesia is major emitter, which caused by major haze and also forest fire that are happening each year. Next.
Next, please. Okay, so next, to implement an effective pro-poor and pro-environment policy towards the Asian country, we can take a look at how the industry span across Asian country. From this graph, we can see that many Asian countries still rely on agriculture as their main sector. Thus, from here, we can design suitable policies adapted to each country for a better approach to implement the policy which can be either a sustainable agriculture, sustainable industry, or sustainable services. Next. As we have mentioned before, that climate change is an important issue that we Asian countries have to address regarding to Surya and Kitco and Nimsai in 2021. We can see that ASEAN has declining progress in climate action. Thus, it's an irony if we still let this happen in the future, and we really need actions to address this problem. But we will address, we will discuss it later one by one. Next, please.
If we are not implementing suitable solutions that might overcome the above mentioned problem, there are several possible impacts that might happen because of COVID-19 repercussions, which are the increase of electricity consumption, while if we are not converting to renewable energy, the increase in world temperature will reach almost 1.5 degrees Celsius. That will lead to increase in seawater level rise by almost 1 meter. That can lead to inundation or flooding of the coast area. And then also in the Southeast Asia, widening inequality has seen a drawback for the progress of sustainable development goals. Next. We have provided several solutions that are consist of short-term solutions and also long-term solutions. So honorable judges, you may want to stick with us. The first is strengthening ASEAN partnership. Here, to strengthen ASEAN partnership, we are trying to partner with UN agencies or improving partnership with other countries such as ASEAN plus 3. We see possibilities in further cooperation with ASEAN plus 3 because development banks in East Asia recently have provided green loans and green financing for renewable energy sector, and ASEAN can use this opportunity to create partnership with the development banks to increase funding for renewable energy in ASEAN. We very heavily emphasize on the use of regional trade because it can increase the foreign direct investment and it can lead to better poverty eliminations in the less developed countries. Other solutions include facilitating for private-public partnership, the supply chain resiliency increase, and such as cutting bureaucracies and also SS port reform, digital transformation of port, which is integration of Internet of Things and also warehouse management system, digital transformation of ASEAN MSMEs, and the ASEAN Renewable Energy Initiative through fit-in tariff. Next.
Okay, so we're going to talk about the debt swap. In the past, many developed countries have been invested heavily in the mining sector in developed countries. They already have reaped the needed resources to grow beyond those scopes, but now they try to stop us. It's an unfair movement by them if they do it just like that, because the one that can suffer in the is the developing countries and poor countries. Thus, it's an obligation for them to assist us to get out of this thing and preserve nature as a human being. It's a human being. How the debt swap system can be implemented by the developing countries? So the first one is the negotiation of the principal amount is being reduced per policy decrease. This leads to a lower interest amount per installment date that imposed by the developed countries, and thus budget difference between before and after the interest cut can be reallocated to support the infrastructure to fund a project that can sustain growth in pro-poor and pro-environment systems. The next question is, which industry should the government invest in? We can take a look back at the data across ASEAN on which one is the most relevant industry that needs further development. From our gathered data, we have to take into account their sectors to GDP outcome for each country and how much poor population that are populating which industries. Thus, after we select all the industries, we can invest heavily on that industry, on that particular industry. Besides that, a government across the Asian countries, especially Indonesia, since we can address the rising demand for sustainable FDI growth from eco-friendly companies. Take the example of Tesla that only wants to partner with countries that can provide the nickels for their demand of electric vehicle batteries in a sustainable way. Thus, it is an opportunity for the developing countries to address those rising demand for sustainable FDI trend in the future.
And then the next is green bonds that will lead to proper and pro-environment economic growth. How this can be implemented through increased public-private partnership in the renewable energy sector, adoption of green bonds as priority sector lending by the bank, and then the last is to enlarge the scope of green bonds to issue green bonds for MSMEs that is consists for the majority business in Southeast Asia. The expected outcomes of the implementation of green bonds is actually to increase the use of renewable energy in Southeast Asia through green financing, and also to increase the use of green financing itself, especially climate finance, and to get the outcome of SDG number 13. Next.
Okay, the next one is the institutional reform. It's a proper policy that we design. So Asian countries nowadays still conduct much corruption done by their government officials. This was caused by many reasons. Maybe like historical factors, like when Indonesia was under the VOC of the Netherlands, that is famous for its corruption activities. So it's inheritance for the Indonesian countries, and many Asian countries that their institutions are being restrictive. For instance, in Thailand, there are many intersections of business and government that are gonna be loopholes in their anti-corruption law practices. Thus, after we know the scope of the problems, we can address them with possible solutions, such as the first one is deciding what kind of organizational structure that fits them to better execute SDGs and proper and pro-environmental acts, for instance, like the long hierarchy organization structure or short hierarchy organization structure. This can be implemented with the help of the management consulting for the restructure of the organization. And the second one is conducting the wealth reporting for government official, which has been done by Indonesia to act as a safety net for double check. This can be implemented across the Asian countries because what we have researched before, the other Asian countries haven't been implemented this one yet. And the third one is developing an artificial intelligence system that can identify red flags of potential fraud in public procurement processes and can help the improve of the expenditures. The first step that we can take is implementing e-governance through restructuring the administrative processes, such as registering for the identity card. Like there's a bribery in the process of creating an identity card. Thus, it can be a proper solution that helps the poor, as the cost of the bribery categorized as much relative to the poor.
And then next, we are going to address law and regulations reform that are going to encompass from the law that used to address the environmental policies in a country, which is the legal framework of country. And then we are going to address property rights from the legal empowerment of the poor, and then also labor rights to provide protection and opportunity for the labor people that can help in the breaking the cycle of poverty. And the last is the business rights to like regulating small business, which as I have previously mentioned before, the majority of business in Southeast Asia is MSMEs, and then they need better business rights to improve their conditions. Next.
Okay, so thus for the implementation, we use the feasibility metrics to see what we need to prioritize first based on the impact and the complexity. The measurement we use to take into account our proposed solution can be seen in the right side of the matrix, which is the technical knowledge, implementation timeline, budget, and environmental costs, social costs, governance externalities, and growth possibilities. We advise the government to take the steps from the first upper left row with a low of complexity and high impact solutions to the lower left of the matrix itself. Next.
In conclusion, by encompassing short-term solutions and long-term solutions, our expected outcomes are increased regional trade between ASEAN in annual amount, increased renewable energy use, accelerating green transformations, speed up the poverty elimination to achieve SDG number 1 and to reduce people living below extreme poverty line by 2030. And the last is establishment of strong legal framework and compensations for corruption eliminations, increasing people rights and proper business environment for MSMEs. Next. Thank you, honorable judges.
The time is up for your presentation. Thank you, Team Ricardian, for the presentation. And now we can move on to the question and answer session together with the adjudicators. To the adjudicators, if you have any questions, you can start unmuting to voice out your questions.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your presentation, Rahadian and Damar. Rahadian and Damar from Team Ricardian. I think it's a very good presentation. It's very thorough and very focused on the solutions. And I like the way that you lay out the feasibility and also the metrics for the implementation. One thing that I want to ask is, you mentioned a lot about bonds and also loan which have low interest and such as green bonds, for example, or also for SMEs. So my question is, how would you ask for private banks or private financial institutions to cooperate in the plan? Because what I can see, this is a higher risk investment, and usually private banks, private financial institutions are reluctant to have this kind of scheme. So what kind of policies or probably moves that you can propose to encourage private institutions to follow this kind of scenarios.
Thank you for the questions. May I answer or wait for other questions?
Yeah, you can answer first.
Yeah. Thank you for the questions,
Thank you.
Mr. Samuel. And to answer that, especially for the role of private sector, we believe that the enactment of feed-in tariff or high above price than average for the renewable energy sector can be an incentive for them to take their role in the increasing use of renewable energy sector. By this, we are once again emphasize for the PPP or private-public partnership, so that there will be a green bonds framework that lists regulations such as incentive for the companies that use the green bonds, and also how the risk can be managed, such as the creations of risk management system for green bonds. And my friends Ega would like to ask other reasons.
Okay, so in addition, I think if you're addressing the risk of the bonds itself, I think the government can partnership with insurance company that that can be implemented from the example of the P2P lending scheme that already has been implemented there. So the insurance companies can provide the 95% of the principal amount that can be granted to giving back to the investors if there is a default chance in there. So that will lead to a lower risk of the bonds itself, but the return will decrease. But I think it will be a better options for us to consider the thing to mitigate the risk of the green bonds itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Next to Via.
Okay, thank you, Radian and Damar, for your great presentation. And yeah, you did listed lots of solution for short and long term. And my question is, because it seems that the short-term solution, you have a more tendency on short-term solution, but I saw that there are lots of solution that also can be a long-term solution. For example, the partnership, the digital transformation, and then other solution related to the green financial mechanism. So do you have any idea how those solution, you can come up with one or two solution in green financing or in the partnership solution to be a long-term solution? How will you incorporate into the long-term solution? And the second question, you did great for the metrics that you show, but I'm curious, could you please short elaborate how did you come up with the categories, the indicators that you categorize as a complexity and then the impact? How did you come up with this category end up in a low and high complexity and high impact, something like that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Pia, for the questions. And I believe I'm going to answer for the first questions, which is why there is can be categorized as long term, but we include in the short term. So actually, because we include that in the short term solutions, because when the convention or partnership is enacted, we count that as already in the execution of the solutions. So the conventions or enactment of partnership usually doesn't take too long. Usually just from few days negotiation and then it is be implemented. However, for the implementation of the points from the points of the conventions or partnership, there can be linked to the long-term solutions. For example, maybe ASEAN and also ASEAN Plus 3 can enact partnership in green bonds with the other East Asian countries. The partnership is happen in the short term. However, the executions of the points, such as the detailed mechanism, will be conduct in the long-term time frame. Therefore, we provide it actually can be encompassed both, and we put partnership in the short term, while the more detailed mechanism in the long-term solutions.
Okay, so thank you for the question, Ms. Fia. Um, from the feasibility matrix, we include the technical knowledge, implementation timeline, and budget as a measurement of the complexity. Because from here we can see that if a government wants to do a project, then these three main things are the main concerns for government or even the private sector to implement the project. So for instance, like for the artificial intelligence system that we have been proposed to eliminate the fraud, potential fraud, it can be addressed by using the technical knowledge, because the project itself needs the technical, the high advancement of the human resources. And for the implementation timeline, such as the institutional reform, it is spans like more than 5 years, so it will take a lot of time, a lot of effort. Then it can be taken into account. And for the budget itself, since we are focusing on the developing countries with a limited budget, then I think it will be a good measurement of the implementation of a project itself. So for the impact, why we include the environmental costs, social costs, governance externalities, and growth possibilities, because it addresses all the externalities that caused by the unsolved problems for the environment, and for the proper and pro environmental factors that have been that we have to take into account by using these four measurement. I think that's it from me.
Thank you for your well answered. So Dr. Andrew and Dr. Kali.
Thank you. First, and it's a very good presentation, and you very clearly understand what are the issues that is facing the region, and also you are very clear in proposing the solutions in two categories. One is the short-term solutions on the 6 areas, and then green financing as a kind of mechanism to achieve it. And then you differentiated the long-term solutions, so that is mostly lying in the institutional and the law and regulations. My inquiry is two, and one is a practical. And when you think, when you say short-term and long-term, and what is your time frame in mind? And when we say short term, it is 5 years or 10 years, or the long term it is 20 years. What is the your time frame that is you keep in mind when these formulating solutions? And associated to that is there any forward and backward linkages between the short term and the long term solutions? That is my first question. My second point of inquiry is a little bit conceptual, and here we are focusing on the poverty reduction, and we know for advanced economies like Europe, it took nearly 200 years to see that is the poverty come down to zero. And your data shows in 1991 the poverty incidence is 41%. And by 2015, it has been reduced to 15%. So if this trajectory is continued, and maybe around 2030 or 2040, we may be achieving that zero. We don't need to do anything. Basically, just leave it as a business as usual. Why all these hard reforms that is you are introducing as a short-term, long-term solutions are needed? Thank you.
So for the first questions, what are the time frames? We believe that for the time frames, the short time frames is less than 5 years, because when ASEAN conduct partnership with, for example, East Asian countries, it can be conducted in even less than a month. However, the points and also the mechanism of the partnership itself, the execution of the partnership will be conducted in more than 5 years, 5 to 10 years, or 20 years, and even maybe almost until 30 years, because it will they will conduct regular evaluations of the policies that will be renewed by other conventions or other meeting or other partnership. Therefore, because partnership is always renewed, we put it in the short time frames. And for the forward and backward linkage between the short-term and long-term solutions, we believe that the long-term solutions is the broadening mechanism, more detailed mechanism for the short-term solutions, which I have previously mentioned about the points in the partnership mechanism, and it is just like the practical version of the short-term solutions. And for the second questions, I believe that for the poverty reductions, from our solutions, we were putting heavy emphasis on the government interventions, because without the government interventions, the market won't fix itself. There will be negative externalities that is the root cause of the problems that are currently happening, and why we propose the solutions in the first place. Therefore, we believe the reduction of the poverty rate in Southeast Asia will increase exponentially in the following years if the government can intervene in quite significant roles, and aside from the enactment of the free market regulations. Some examples in the Southeast Asia from the high intervention in the government is in Malaysia and also Singapore, which are richer than Indonesia. Therefore, we believe that government intervention can help in the reduction of poverty rate in Southeast Asia to reach the SDG number 1, which is no poverty. Thank you.
In addition, yes, there is a linkage between the short-term and the long-term solutions in our proposed solutions. For example, the debt swap can help the institutional reform, because the debt swap can be a source of financing and funding for developing an infrastructure that can help the sustainable economic growth in the long term, such as through institutional reforms that can maybe like reforming the infrastructure of the administration, such as the e-governance and other many things that we have mentioned before in the institutional reforms proposed solutions before. I think that's from us for your questions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarity. Now the screen is to Professor Kali.
Just I would like to combine the questions raised by Anbu and then Dian. Two things. One is about the terms, what you are referring to, short-term, long-term. If you go to the basic microeconomic theory, the cost function analysis, the long-term cost curve is an envelope of the short-term. So which implies some of the long run, what you are doing has to be done in the short run. Without that short run impact, the long run impact cannot be had. Example, right now we have the COVID situation. So in the COVID situation, in the short run, what is important is provide masks and then the distance and then the vaccination and all things. But in the long run, we need to keep these hygienic conditions together along with improving the health sector, providing access to basic health to people and all. So even though that is long run, but given the situation right now, the short run is a must before going into the long run. So that kind of argument which you can put in. And the second thing is about the complexity of the impact. So that is very difficult. And also the suggestions, what you are talking about, the technical and other technological things. Again, access is important. All the developing countries may not be able to get it. And then in terms of education and in terms of the learning curve, not all the ASEAN countries do have the same kind of situation. So the recommendation, what you are saying, because you are saying the recommendation for ASEAN, right? So which means, you have to look into different combinations of this rather than just one solution to fit all the shoes because of which I think I'm sure you know. So at least in the conclusion, you could modify that in such a way that, this model country-specific factors need to be considered, however. So that kind of conclusion may be a bit more useful rather than just putting this thing. And with the last one is, with the current situation, that the latest World Bank report says that ASEAN, Asia, particularly ASEAN countries, Myanmar and Cambodia and all these countries, definitely the poverty ratio will increase, which did not happen in the past 20 years. So under these circumstances, then now if you look at your short-term and long-term, it is, it's a bit more complicated. So we are now living in this situation. So this is why what we have to do it. So the poverty reduction is not, as Anbu said, if we follow that trajectory, then we don't have to do. But unfortunately, because of this COVID, now the World Bank says that many countries in Asia will fall into poverty trap, which they did not have it for the 20 years, but particularly the East Asia and the Southeast Asia. Okay, so what are your views on these issues, these clarifications, please? Thanks.
First of all, thank you for the feedback, Mr. Sarkali, and thank you for several solutions, several suggestions that have been said. So I guess that for the how to approach the sustainable long-run solutions, we believe that the holistic approach will be needed, which are the solutions that encompass all sectors that are affected by the COVID-19. For the ASEAN itself, the ASEAN recovery framework program has been proposed before, and I believe that it can be implemented furthermore by enacting several of our proposed solutions, such as the institutional reform, because we all know that the institutions in Southeast Asia are the kind that Darren Esemoglu has explained, which are the extractive institutions. There will be a need for the reform in the institutions to make it a better inclusive that will spread more wealth to more people in the society, to reduce the inequality, especially because of the effect by the COVID-19 pandemic. And we also agree about the importance of education in the Southeast Asia, and it can lead to economic transformations. And by that means, we believe that the solutions that can be enacted is to increase the partnership with the private sector, because the government itself, especially government in Southeast Asia, we believe that it doesn't have enough funds and also budget to implement all of that. Therefore, the role of private sectors and also NGO will be needed to create a holistic framework that will become an output of sustainable solutions, and also to taken into account the time lag that you have been said before, sir, about the short-term solution and long-term solutions. And to address that, we put emphasis on the institutional reform in the Southeast Asia. Thank you.
And in addition, to address the limitation of technology that were questioned by you, sir. So yes, we agree that access to technology is limited in the developing countries. But we can see that from the Brazil case, the World Bank was assisted the Brazil in the development of the artificial intelligence system that can detect the potential fraud. Thus, a partnership with an NGO such as the World Bank can be a good example that we can address these issues to further develop the possible solutions that proposed solutions that we have been proposed to in this meeting. I think that's it from us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
For the adjudicators, are there any more questions?
Thank you. Thank you.
So good. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you to Team Ricardian. Thank you so much for your presentation and for your participation throughout the competition. You did very well, and we would like to congratulate you for coming this far. Moreover, Thank you, educators, for challenging our participants. This marked the end of the fourth session with Team Ricardian, in which the delegates from the team must move to their respective breakout rooms. Moving on, we are going to start the fifth session with Team Marxian.
Now that the delegates from Team Marxian are in the main room, we can move on to the fifth session of the grand finals with Team Marxian. To Team Marxian, please wait for the committee to prepare the stage.
Now that the stage is ready, Team Marxian, please prepare your presentation and make sure to turn on your camera. Presentation in 3, 2, 1.
Honorable educators, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are from Malaysia team. My name is Hiral Anfasa Firmansyah, along with Fauzi Alfandri, would like to present our case study. Next. So the COVID-19 pandemic has affecting almost every country. It has been a stark reminder to the perennial threat of emerging infectious diseases and the chronic fragilities of the world health system, economics, and society. Like COVID-19, climate change has immediate and projected wide-ranging long-term impact on human health, including stressing food system through the frequent occurrence of extreme weather event. The World Bank reported that due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the increase in extreme poverty from 2019 to 2020 is projected to be larger than any time. Next. So the COVID-19 pandemic has affecting three sides, namely the triple emergency. The first is health emergency, the second is economic and social recovery, the third is climate and biodiversity emergency. Next. Next. So here is the COVID-19 update of the ASEAN countries. It is shown that the Indonesia has the highest cases nowadays due to the Omicron variant, and then it is projected that the Indonesia will have the cases above the Delta variant in the second wave because the Omicron variant is more transmissible. Next. After slow start, most economies in the region have scaled up their vaccine rollout, which together with build-up in natural immunity has helped authorities gain an upper hand on their respective caseloads. On the ASEAN countries, Brunei shown that they having the highest vaccination rate, but it is due to the small population that they had. But if we talk about the countries that they have the most people vaccinated, it is Indonesia that they have about 120,000 people that has been vaccinated. Next. After growth in Southeast Asia decelerated in the third quarter, the sub-regional forecast is revised down from 3.1% to 3% for 2021. But it is revised again up to 5.1% for 2022. It is shown also that the economic growth or GDP growth rate in ASEAN countries has started a good recovery in 2022. Next. Prior the COVID-19 pandemic, Southeast Asia countries made significant progress to help communities move out of the poverty. It is shown that in the graphic, most of the ASEAN countries have a significant decline in the poverty eradication effort. But after the COVID-19 pandemic, there is some countries that facing an increase in the poverty rate. And then it is concerned that the COVID-19 pandemic will obstruct the poverty eradication effort that has been done by the government. Next. So here is the example of the Indonesia's poverty rate. It is continually declined, but until the 2019 with
9.41%, but it still started to increase again due to the COVID-19 pandemic until reached 10.14% in the 2021, or 27.54 million Indonesians were poor. Next. So on this graphic, it is shown that the effect of COVID-19 on household income percentage of household from the Asian Development Bank. The figure shows that about 73% of the household on the sample experienced a decline in income. And then there is the 13% of the households that experienced an increase in income due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Next. So with large number of poverty in ASEAN before COVID-19, it is concerned that the pandemic will obstruct the poverty eradication effort. Most of the ASEAN countries faced a poverty increase in the midst of the pandemic. Next. So here is the current recovery policy in the ASEAN member states are affected both directly by the COVID-19 pandemic as well as the containment measure taken by the government. The share of the informal sector in the region employment varies from 10% up to the 70%. Many countries are providing and widen their social assistance scope. In example, that Indonesia, they have a social assistance program called Program Keluarga Harapan to provide the CCT or conditional cash transfer for the bottom 40% group, and COVID-19 Village Fund program to provide cash transfer for those who live below the poverty line. Next. Providing and reinforcing income support is more difficult for informal workers. Thus, the option is to provide emergency regularization or allow informal workers to register for emergency social assistance. In Thailand, they have introduced the monthly allowance worth for about 5,000 baht or $150 available for at least 3 months. And Indonesia has also introduced Kartu Prakerja to provide additional income of 1 million rupiah and 600,000 rupiah for 4 months after training, and training for vulnerable group people, namely the missing middle who lost their job and did not get their job yet, which do not reach by the current programs. Next.
Okay. Now we can see move on to the environmental side. ASEAN as a region produced around more than 2,000 metric ton of the CO2 emission in year 2018, and this number accounted around 6% of the total global greenhouse emission. And Indonesia actually become the highest emitter among the Southeast Asian countries. But in terms of emission per capita, Brunei actually taking place at the 5th in the world and the first emitter per capita in Asia. Next. Okay. In terms of fossil fuel subsidies, the countries in Southeast Asia still provide some subsidies for this fossil fuel, although the number are declining throughout the year. Indonesia become the highest country with fossil fuel subsidies. In terms of energy mix, we can see that the fossil fuel based energy are still the highest composition in the energy mix in the ASEAN. The number of coal use actually increased in 2018 compared to the year 2020. The number of renewable sustainable energy accounted only for only below 20% of the total Southeast Asian energy mix. Next. Okay. Yeah, this graph show that in year 2020, when the pandemic actually happened, there is also a record that global surface temperature increased more than 1 degrees, almost around 1.25 degrees Celsius increase in the year 2020, and this actually lead to UN stated red code for humanity. Next. Yeah, climate change in Asia can be seen through a various large disaster throughout the year. There are around 2,000 disaster events happen in Asian, Southeast Asian, with 83 million people affected with this disaster. In 2020, 53% of Southeast Asia considered climate change as immediate danger, up to 52% in 2019, primarily due to the Maryland nature of hazard 11 sinking the region in the year. Next. Here, the table of long-term climate risk index for each year globally. Three of them are Southeast Asian country, Myanmar, Philippines, and Thailand were among the top 10 countries most affected by extreme weather. Philippines had the highest number of people affected by natural hazard, while Myanmar suffered the higher loss in the GDP term. Next. Okay, so there are several natural hazards in Southeast Asia. The highest one is actually drought, around 60% of the all type of hazard. Next, natural hazard. Next, please. Okay, in terms of the economy, the average annual loss of the natural hazard in Southeast Asia amount to 87 million in 2019, which was 4 times higher than previous estimate in 2017. The serious difficulty facing health system and other institutions in tackling the ongoing pandemic, COVID-19, underscored the likelihood that may also the ill-equipped to protect safe life and under stress the climate change problem. Next. Okay, COVID-19 said that it give two sides: the positive impact to the environment due to lockdown, strict and in travel restriction. This actually reduce the greenhouse emission and pollution, but on the other hand, it's also increase of plastic waste and hazardous waste. Next. Next, please. Okay, the current recovery policy, some countries already adding some green component in their stimulus package and related response to the COVID-19 pandemic, but the component are quite minimum to their stimulus package, except for Singapore that quite quite more green component compared to rest of the Asian country. Next. Next, yeah, but this on the other hand, the government also not avoid a measure that also harmful for the environment. For example, Indonesia give a tax incentive to oil and gas companies, and also removing the luxury tax on car. In Vietnam, 30% of the reduction environment protection tax on jet fuel. Malaysia accelerating construction of Pan Borneo highway that potentially damage the forest. Next. Okay. So there are many high-level meetings that become the opportunity for the government to build a resilient and more green recovery. That discussing among with other countries. There are several higher meeting throughout 2020 and 21. Next. So Southeast Asian country, as we know, there many of them are agricultural and also marine countries. For both marine and industrial, they can framing side thrive side by side and contribute meaningful address to the climate change, improving in fishing, food, flood defense in the same time, and also health and sanitation were using mangrove to restore. Agrogeological and sustainable practice that can be produced and resilient food product while reversing the degradation of the land. Livelihood, life and water access, and disaster reduction improvement where community have right to their land. And the next one is affordable and sustainable technology. They can be locally adopted for livelihood and other benefits that reduce the pressure of natural resources. And the last one is the off-grid renewable energy that can increase energy access and reduce poverty, while at the same time reducing death and improving health and reducing pressure on the forest and other ecosystem compared to biomass use. Next. Okay, there are need action from government, business, and civil society that need commit to the increased ambition, increased coherence, and also achieve balance. Next.
The COVID-19 pandemic has obstructed the poverty eradication effort in ASEAN, but it also induced countries to have resilient recovery. The resilient difficulty facing health system and other institutions increase the likelihood that they may also be ill-equipped to protect and save lives under the stress of climate change. Next. To support the transition for a green recovery, nations need to commit to securing a green recovery from COVID-19 by first strengthening the coordination of the green recovery within government and ensuring policies are aligned across all government arms. Second, examining where the net zero transition and economic recovery can be most effectively be aligned. Third is focusing on building a green workforce to ensure adequate manpower resources for net zero transition, and last but not least is using regulatory measures such as law, regulation, etc. to encourage private sector investments. So that's all from us. We would like to open to question and answer sessions. Thank you.
Time is up for your presentation. Thank you, Team Action, for the presentation. And now we can move on to the question and answer session together with the adjudicators. To the adjudicators, if you have any questions, you can start unmuting to voice out your questions.
Thank you, Cyril and Fauzi from the Martian team. I think this is a very good presentation. You lay out the problem very carefully and in a very detailed manner, and also you also lay out some recommendations that is very critical, I think. But I think my question is related to your recommendations. You say all about this, the green workforce and also economic recovery and net zero transition, but sometimes there needs to be a priority because government cannot do everything. They need to prioritize. So if you are the policymakers, what would you prioritize for recovery, especially in the pandemic recovery?
Thank you, Mr. Samuel, for the question. For sure, there's always limitation for the government to do the policy, and the current highest priority definitely the health of their citizen. So the COVID-19 pandemic was always be the first priority to how to reduce the mortality rate and also how to increase the vaccination rate. But on the other hand, on the same side, actually, the government also have the policy to revive the economy, the policy to their stimulus package, and their stimulus package consists of the economic reviving action. And we can add this poverty and also climate action, climate reduction through that stimulus package. For the example, many of the government using infrastructure to revive the economy because it circulate a lot of money and use many manpower. And in implementing the idea of green economy, government should build a green infrastructure, the one that actually has a minimum carbon emission and also very considering the environmental impact of the environment. So with environment keeping in mind, the government also can use their policy while also not surfacing the environment. Maybe Cheryl can add.
To sum up that we believe that the net zero transition effort and then the recovery, the COVID-19 pandemic recovery can be moved aligned and not and instead of we choose which way better. and we believe that two of the recovery program, which is the net zero transition and then the COVID-19 pandemic, can be moved together.
Thank you for your answer. Probably next to Via.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Cyril and Fauzi, for your excellent presentation. You present lots of option and solution for tackle this pandemic situation and poverty. My question is, so I heard that you mentioned lots of how government should do to do this. And do you have any idea how the private sectors and the public engagement work together to make this solution happen simultaneously? And then, yeah, I think that, and how can this collaboration can reduce the poverty? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dian, for the question. The support for the society definitely needed in the recovery program for the health issue. For first one is the government could not be controlling COVID-19 if the citizens are not comply with the health protocol. Right? Same like this green recovery program. Also, many communities should be involved, including the rise of green businesses, the SMEs that also accounted for quite amount of the total GDP in Indonesia, that contribute a huge amount. So the SMEs are not like large companies, but it is quite easy to control. So it is part where the community and the society could help also by start building their own business sustainably, and also more toward a green business. And the government can encourage them by using a policy that stimulus those kind of businesses. Yeah, Cheryl, maybe that's all, Ms. Dian. Thank you.
Thank you for your answers. Please, Dr. Anbu, Dr. Kali.
Thank you, and congratulations for bringing this issue into focus. And if you look back to your first slide, that is focusing on this COVID and pandemic recovery and the green stimulus. I think if I understand correctly, and your hypothesis is that going back to that old normal, that is what we mean in old normal is we were living in a polluted and communities with low living standards, with a pocket of poverty that exist. Your proposal is taking this green stimulus as a kind of opportunity to build a new normal that is a green, clean, and inclusive. Having said that, you know, that is the countries has the aspirations, but if you look into this green stimulus, and there is a gap between the aspirations for being a green and inclusive society, and that is reflected in the actual content of the packages. So why this gap? And can you think about the gap between the aspirations and the realities as happened during these stimulus packages? Not many countries, the contents are very much aligned with their aspirational goals. And the second thing is you proposed and you called for the actions. I think they are very relevant and they are immediately to be followed. And as Ms. Diane mentioned, and there should be a role for the public and private partnership or maybe community partnership. But what could be the role for a regional cooperation? How these countries can cooperate together to achieve these activities that is you mentioned. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir, for the question. For the issue, that it is true that the many action of the Southeast Asian country are not quite catching up with what they believe and what they want to do with this green recovery. As we shown before in the current recovery policy, the green component in Asian countries stimulus package related to the response, only Singapore that has a quite comprehensive green component in their stimulus package. Meanwhile, other countries such as Indonesia, they are only adding like disaster risk reduction and preparedness. That's also included in the green component. While Singapore and while Malaysia and Myanmar adding their energy efficiency and renewable energy adoption as their stimulus package. In our opinion, that why this gap still happening is due to the limitation of the country itself, and also because of the goals of the country. Maybe many of Southeast Asian countries are still developing, and they are really needed more industries, more manufacturing, more and also need more energy that are relatively cheap, which is energy compared to the more renewable energy. So this economical, the cost of all this are not quite matched with the current fiscal condition of the country, so that maybe some of the country are not able to do all the green recovery project quite for this round of time. So the government need more stability and also need support to do the green recovery. Okay, and for the second question, the part of the regional, I think this interlinked with the first question, that where if each of the countries are not able to do the recovery by themselves, there should really be a collective action by the Southeast Asian country, where they can have agreement, where the immediate agreement about the green recovery project that can be done by all of the nation. And for the long term, actually, they can also start to drafting like emission trade, like emission target, carbon trade among the Southeast Asian country to more boost the emission reduction. Maybe Cheryl can add more.
Okay, regarding the regional corporations, we all know that the ASEAN countries has made the joint statement to ratify the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC COP26, and we are already know that the Indonesia, one of the ASEAN countries, is considered as a superpower in the field of the in the prevention of the climate change. It is stated by the Alok Sharma, President for the 26th UNFCCC COP26 conference. And then there is also a step to to control the climate change that may be important for the ASEAN countries to cope. The first one is the cooperation between the ASEAN countries. The second is there is an ambition to the control and prevention of the climate change. And then the third is the adaptations of the climate change. And then the fourth is the collaboration between the private sector, government, and then the NGO for meeting the goal of the Paris Agreement. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarity, and I'll give the screen to Professor Kali.
Yeah. Again, my questions are all derived from Anbu's and Dion's questions, and also Samuel's a little bit. So when you are using the word or the term green recovery, it gives the indication that already, the green was there earlier and then it was lost. So now you are going to recovery. But I don't think that the green economy was there already anywhere, and nobody, even the net zero emissions target was not pronounced in any of these ASEAN countries except Singapore, which says even Singapore doesn't put you the exact date. It says that beyond 2050. So the wording recovery is a little bit misleading. So you say that strengthening this may be the right wording. And then when I looked at, thanks for putting the conclusions for me to have the questions from there. So that is why the first one which I started. And the second one is about the, ensuring that policies are aligned with across the, government arms. It's easy to say that, but how it can be done? So, because each government sector is interested in certain things. For example, the coal-related sector, they want to, they don't want to lose jobs or lose anything. So they don't want to have very deep cut of the coal industry. But at the same time, the renewable energy sector would like to go for more renewable energy and everything. So in these kind of circumstances, how do we, ask the government? But you have named your group very correctly as a Marxian group, because only the Marx always says that the government should do. There is no role for the private sector. So that is the question which many people ask. First, I wanted to ask you, why did you name Marxian? But after listening to you, I will not ask that question because you are a true Marxian. We have to be very careful to deal with you. I'm just kidding, so don't take it seriously. Marx is a great economist, I admit. But sometimes you know that any economist can make any mistakes. Only they can solve their mistakes by putting assumptions. But unfortunately, Karl Marx was not, clear enough to put his assumptions. So that is why people criticize him. So the focusing on building a green workforce, that is to ensure adequate manpower resources. That is not a very easy job because you have to go through the technical side of those green and then the education and curriculum and all. So this is a very long-term process. Here, as Anbu asked, the regional cooperation can help in this respect of transferring. And then you were using regulatory measures. Actually, we are living in the free economic market mechanism operated society. So you want to bring in more regulation and regulation. So that is another complicated issue. Because regulation, you have to remember, also increases cost and leading to corruption and various other things, right? So what are the role for the market forces to play in these things, which is a bit overlooked by yourself? If you bring in the market forces, then naturally the private sector and then the private public, the government public partnership role will be clarified easier. Okay, so let me have your views on these issues. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir, for the input and also for the question. We do definitely agree that the market, the community also needed for this whole recovery program, and the use of regulatory measure is actually to institutionalize the commitment of the nation for this recovery, a more pro-environmental recovery, because the government can be they will be more on their track if they have the regulation about, for example, like on the support on green business, or on the relaxation of the tax for a certain type of industry that have a certain level of sustainability and also a green production. So that's in our opinion, the regulatory are important in that part, to keeping the government, the nation to stick on the track on on how they gonna do this green this pro-environmental recovery program. And the investment sector are definitely needed because the government cannot fulfill this whole project by themselves. For example, like we are suggesting there are to be an off-grid renewable energy that can be accessed in a certain area that very difficult to be connected to the mainland grid. So that I think that will be much more efficient and more green. Also, to have like a certain island to have their own energy producing source. So there's where the private government can, the private sector can involve in this project. Maybe Cyril can add more.
Okay, regarding the green work first, while more needs to be done, the ASEAN countries has made good progress in developing a supportive policy ecosystem towards green jobs. Designing and implementing a suitable policy mix is new for policymakers worldwide, and with this, ASEAN has identified key action needed to ensure an effective policy. The policy mix, we believe, is to promoting green skill and just transition is broad and encompasses of variety fields and level. Policy are necessary to ensure that the maximum amount of potential green jobs are created and that the labor force is skilled and ready to take up for this employment. And I think that this can be done towards maybe the next 10 or 20 years. And yeah, although the most all of the countries in ASEAN, including the Singapore, has not met the net zero transition yet, but if we optimistic that this policy that has been planned can be done throughout the future. And then regarding the regulatory mechanism, our recommendation is to create a regulatory mechanism to support the private sector investment. So it is hoped that the regulatory measure can be encouraged and increase the investment in private sector. So there is no such government rule that 100% that the government 100% has a power, but it is to encourage the private sector investment and so on. Maybe that's all from us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Time is up for the question and answer session. To Team Marxian, thank you very much for the presentation and for your participation throughout the competition. You did very well, and congratulations for coming this far. Moreover, thank you adjudicators for for challenging our participants. This marks the end of the fifth session with Team Markshin, in which delegates from the team must please move to their respective breakout rooms. Moving on, we are going to start the sixth or the last session of the grand finals with Team Keynesian.
Now that the delegates from Team Keynesian are in the main room, we can move on to the last session of the grand finals with Team Keynesian. To Team Keynesian, please wait for the committee to prepare the stage.
Now that the stage is ready, Team Keynesian, please prepare your presentation and make sure to turn on your camera. Now, you can start your presentation in 3, 2, 1.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and to our respectable adjudicators. My name is Raffi Akila Hidayat, and this is Ida Bagus Rai Satya Dharma. We are from the Keynesian team, and we are here to discuss about the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, and poverty reduction, which in this case, this is the case of ASEAN. Okay, we can proceed to the next slide. Okay, so from the data that we gained, that COVID-19 pandemic led to an increasing number of 97 million more people being in poverty. And in the other hand, the research conducted by the World Bank found that around 132 million people will become extremely poor in the 2030 because of the climate change. And pandemic, we all know that has forced governments, especially in ASEAN, to spend a huge amount of dollars into the economic recovery due to the economic impact of the COVID-19 itself. And these huge stimulus plans will have consequences for the CO2 emissions because, as we all know, as the economy pick up and bounce back, same goes with the emissions that are beginning to rebound. And that's why governments and corporations have committed to net zero emissions or climate neutrality target towards 2050. And report shows that 100 companies are source of over 70% of emissions, and most of them are fossil fuels companies.
Yeah, as we can see from the first paragraph, from the first graph from the several entities, the data that has been published tend to increasing from time to time for the data of the global mean temperature. Even though the rise of the temperature is not significant for the past few years, but it will make the world to become hotter and hotter in the future. And the forecasting of the temperature in 2025 will be very high if we compare it from recent or past years. And the other graph, the data of mole fraction for the past few years have a significantly increased that can lead to bad quality of weather and air that can endanger humans from every aspects in the world, such as like health, the health and the economic too. And the question is how to solve worldwide problems that required a lot of things to do. Next slide, please. So the community can be the answer that can be the solution of it. The community may make several countries to discuss problems that happen that they are facing right now, especially countries that have the similar issues, particularly in the same regional, for example, like ASEAN. ASEAN is an organization in Southeast Asia, which consists of 10 countries, that the majority of the members are developing countries that have middle income status. The purpose of created a nation organization are to have a cooperation between countries in every aspects, and the same history between the members of the ASEAN itself. The same history and background of the ASEAN is that they had a financial crisis after the colonialism that happened in the first 5 countries, except Thailand. Because of that, the first 5 countries agrees to create a community regional on Southeast Asia to strengthen their culture and mainly economic. Next slide, please.
Okay, so beside focusing on stopping the spread of the COVID-19 virus, countries in ASEAN should also pursue economic recovery caused by the pandemic. Countries already try to put back the economy by some kind of stimulus and recovery packages. This is actually a perfect moment for us to reset our economy, to look at things more clearly, to a more inclusive and sustainable and resilient form of economy. We should allocate more of the recovery plans budget to be used to be invest in the future, not in the past, and to flow the sustainable sectors and projects that help the environment and the climate itself. Not like before, now many green technologies have been developed and low carbon energy is in most cases cheaper than fossil fuel-based energy. And fossil fuel-based subsidies must be ended and polluters must start paying for their pollution. And we have to look at some recovery spending target like clean energy infrastructure, such as renewable energy or maybe electric transportations that can improve economic competitiveness of countries and transform cities into more attractive places where people can live, move, and breathe more easily. And we have to look at some other recovery plans like expanding and protecting forests, maybe clean research and development, installing solar energy system, and constructing and retrofitting buildings to make them more efficient, and making our investments away from fossil fuels towards the cleaner source of energy. And actually, this will lead to multiple economic benefits, like maybe there will be drastically reduced numbers of deaths from the air pollution. Okay, maybe next slide.
So I'm going to discuss why the ASEAN is very important to Southeast Asia countries. So as we know that Asian countries, Southeast Asian countries is majority of the developing countries, which means that they need a funding between those countries. So the ASEAN is critical to increase the sustainable growth, including funding which needs private and international contribution. The examples of the benefit from the ASEAN is that the AIF. AIF is the Asian Infrastructure Fund that proposed to financing the support the long-term development of countries in Southeast Asia. The fund released through a funded participation in Asia Development Bank loans. And IIF may fund hedge funds too, and private equity funds, real estate funds across the Southeast Asia. Next slide, please. Yeah, so even though the poverty was rising from time to time, ASEAN as a regional organization already create a plan for 5 until 10 years in the future. For example, based on the Asian State of Climate Change report, ASEAN has several programs, either national or regional plan, to solve the climate change that may cause opportunities in few years ahead. Next slide, please. So this is the program plans that ASEAN published. There are seven plans with several programs that ASEAN plan for few years ahead. It will create opportunities for cooperation to solve the problem. If the human resource quality already good, it will be handy to create an innovation that can solve the problem that we have so far, including the climate change and the poverty. Next slide, please.
So for the conclusion, we all know that a lot of countries, especially in ASEAN, are now focused on controlling the pandemic and managing the economic downfall that it has caused before. But we also have to get back on track towards the sustainable development goals, especially for preventing the climate change. However, we urging ASEAN countries not to overlook climate change in its poverty reductions effort regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. as climate crisis can be a worse problem in the future if we're gonna manage them properly. And low carbon or green recovery measures won't just slow down the climate change, but also they will create more jobs, lower the air pollution, and then increase the human health and protect nature and reduce inequality. However, we still believe that we still can reach these two problems at the same time. And we can see in the previous slides that what COVID-19 has affected to us in these past 3 years and what climate change can do to us in the future. And this convince us more to fight for these two at once. Maybe that's all from us. Thank you for the opportunity.
So can I start asking questions? Okay. Thank you very much, Rafi and Satria, for the presentation from Keynesian team. I think you mentioned the materials quite well. It's quite detailed, and the problem is very well thought. I want to ask about your conclusion here. You say that you can still reach the true problems at the same time, like COVID-19 and also climate change. But sometimes COVID-19, like recovery itself, sometimes kind of like affect climate change as a whole, or probably partially of it. Like, for example, there's the case of flue mask polluting the sea because it's getting, the waste of mask is getting higher and higher. And there's some also another options that, especially in the development part, there are some plans that can hinder the development of climate change. If we want to push the recovery faster, I would like to ask about your view on this. Will there be any trade-off, or what is your plan, like a specific plan to tackle these two problems at the same time, and without or considering those kind of trade-offs?
All right, thank you for the questions. I think we can still manage to gain no trade-off between these two problems at the same time. What we believe is that in this meantime, we can sit back and take a look. There's a lot of stimulus, right, from the governments to the countries in this ASEAN actually, and this stimulus maybe can be used to fund or to invest in the more green energy or more cleaner energy than before. And actually, these two problems still can be solved in the same time. But actually, for now, maybe we still have to be more focused on recovering the effect of the COVID-19 itself. But we can still insert some kind of climate change prevention in this economic recovery.
Thank you very much. Probably move to Via.
Thank you, Rafi. Thank you, Satria, for your interesting presentation. So what I noticed here, so you emphasize the regional community, ASEAN, to dealing with this COVID pandemic impact and climate change impact. So what do you think? How this regional community influence the national government, each country decision to tackle the pandemic and the climate change issue within the country? Because each country has different characteristics, has different issue. How this regional community influence their, let's say, policy, national policy for these issues? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dian, for the question. So yeah, as we know that, as I mentioned before, that the Asian countries have the same like history and condition because of the same regional. So with the Asian community, it can make like they discuss together like for the annual event, and they can discuss the problem together. For example, like for example, the policy is because of the members of the ASEAN. It can in the majority of the developing countries, but there are still like developed country in the ASEAN, such as Singapore. So that's like Singapore can teach maybe some problem that they face or some countries that have faced before, so that they can move forward together in the future. I think that's all from. Thank you.
Yes, Satria. Move on to Dr. Anbu.
Okay, thank you. And good that is you brought this new narratives for the ASEAN. And my question is, it is a combination of what Sam and Fia mentioned. Here our focus is COVID in pandemic and the poverty and the climate change, the nexus. Based on your presentations, and if you see there is what is the impact of this COVID, and one is it has increased the poverty, and also it contributed for more inequality. And believing in you what you presented, and when we are countries are recovering, and they will be going back to this old normal, and with increased emissions, and that comes with this economic growth. So what we needed in future is two things, and as Sam mentioned, and not a basically trade-off, but it is one is decoupling. We need to have a model that decouple the emissions from the economic growth. And then we need a recoupling. That means the growth that brings more equality. And so so we need a completely different model, not a trade-off. So my question here is whether the conditions that is you mentioned too. One is the ASEAN ASEAN Investment Fund, AAF, which is just a funding mechanism to concentrate on the infrastructure. Second thing is ASEAN itself, which is a loose network of small and medium-sized countries that is looking for a single market, where the demand for these products and the green products and services are very much limited. So my question is, if you are looking for a new model, and how this new model and could look like, whether it is a continuation of the same model, growth at all cost, or there is a new model that is built upon the decoupling and the recoupling theories. Second one is what ASEAN can do more, and whether this AAF and the ASEAN institution itself is enough or we need to do more. Thank you.
Sorry, doctor. Can you repeat the first question?
Okay, and the thing is, you mentioned about the conclusion and the countries need to focus on managing the pandemic and the economic downfall. That needs a kind of a new model. That new model that decouple these emissions from the economic growth. And also that model need to be inclusive. That means they need to focus on reducing that inequalities, which is a byproduct of pandemic impact. So my question, the first question is, what could be the model that it is? And the second question is, you mentioned about the ASEAN Infrastructure Fund and the ASEAN itself, ASEAN as an institution, which is quite different from EU. And whether this ASEAN and institutional setup, ASEAN and ASEAN Infrastructure Fund is enough to support this new model.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. So the model that we think that's suitable to decode submission from economic growth is like models that can make like more encourage people to push their to push them to have like a business, so it will bring like economic growth for the country itself. And there are like several organizations that have already made by the government, such as the government in Indonesia, make like Kube to make like a business together. And so yeah, I think something like that for the Asian regional. And maybe Rakil, you want to add for the second question?
All right, for the question, for the second question, beside the Asian fund and the institution itself, we should, I think there is a collaborations or maybe partnerships to address this climate change issue, including the funding itself, which needs the private funding or maybe the international contribution funding. And I think the government in ASEAN have to issue policy to increase the support of the private sectors and or maybe the subnational government to achieve this climate change issue. And I think it's all for the second question. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll pass on to Professor Kali.
I think one of the major problems in economics, particularly in development economics, is decoupling important factors from growth. So one of the important factors is climate change. So how do you, on the carbon emissions, so how do you decouple carbon emission with growth? So these are all very important and policy-oriented questions. And the answers are, there are many answers, but they are not that easy. Simply, we cannot say that we can take it both simultaneously together. And that is why Anbu is asking for a modeling framework. And it is very difficult. You cannot have one single model to fit all these 10 ASEAN countries also. So that is very difficult. Let me give you a simple example how we can do both together. Say, for example, now we are facing this COVID situation. So for that, we are all recommending cash transfer from the government to the people. At the same time, we are also closing down the businesses, and then many people are not going to work. So when the businesses are closed down, how will they earn income? And if they don't earn income, how does the government get the money? And if the government doesn't get money, then how is the government going to give the money to the, handout or financial support to the COVID situation, to handle the COVID situation to common people? And if the government takes the money from various other sectors, then that will affect the growth of the various other sectors. So that is why simultaneously giving money and all those things may be possible for the developed countries like Australia or Canada or US or Japan. These kind of big countries may be possible. But for the developing countries, if you take the funding from one side, then the funding for the other side loses. So particularly the health sector is very important. So how do we build up the infrastructure in the health sector? So it's a bit very complicated issue. So you are just, this is your wish. I also wish like you. That means everything should be done simultaneously. So we don't have any problem. But it is very difficult, right? You know that it is very difficult. So that is why I'm surprised that you are saying that we have to give. And also in your conclusion, you are putting it back on track towards the sustainable development goals. There are 17 goals and each 17 has a different subsectors. And then you are putting especially for preventing climate change. But in the sustainable development goals, the number one goal is poverty reduction. Okay, so so poverty reduction, how you have handled in this one is completely overlooked in your analysis. So, with this, but anyway, you, of course, just like what I mentioned to you, you cannot handle all the solutions in one paper, but at least you can indicate that poverty. So when you say SDG, one of the main core of SDG, why did we bring SDG? Why did we, what is the reason for bringing in SDG? Mainly because there was not enough reduction in poverty, from these, the MDG goals. So that is why we brought in the SDG. So that is very important. So all these things should be connected. So you have to be careful in doing your conclusions, and but otherwise it's okay. That you are. The simple thing is, this is just like microeconomics. You are looking at one side of the coin or one part, but you have to look at that. This is not the case. This is not the situation in which you are looking only at climate change and bringing in these things. Okay, so that is the thing. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr.
Is there any other questions from Sam, Fia?
No more questions for me.
If there are no questions, I think we can even finish it earlier, right?
Yes.
Is it necessary?
So there is no question. I think we can give the floor back to organizers. Adrian? Atika?
Thank you to Team Keynesian for the presentation and for your participation throughout the competition. You have done very well, and we want to congratulate you for coming this far. Moreover, thank you to all the educators for putting our participants to the test. This marks the end of the last session of the Grand Finals presentation of the 19th Economics.
Now, I would like to invite our educators to provide general feedback for today's event. Maybe we can start from Mr. Venkatachalam. So, Mr. Venkatachalam, what do you think of the delegates' presentations overall?
It is very good interactions and with these 6 teams, and we found very bright ideas that is coming from, and with the internal discussions, and also the new narratives for bringing sustainable solutions for the region. And the case descriptions are very well done, and the conclusions are relevant to these to the existing realities, and also the future that is we want to see. I think all the 6 teams has structured their presentations very well, and I think the team members work together, and I'm also very happy with that responses. They put forward some of that challenging questions from my colleagues Sam and Fia and Professor Kali. So I would like to congratulate and all the teams, and also thank you very much for having this great interaction. And I wish you all the best in your future studies and as well as the career. Thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anbumuzi, for the great review. As Mr. Anbumuzi has said, all the delegates have done really well, have structured their presentation well, have answered all the questions, all the challenging questions from the adjudicators. And so, yeah, congratulations for all of you. For the next feedback, maybe we can ask for, maybe Ms. Dian.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Quick feedback from me. Congratulations for all 6 groups. You present the presentation really well. You did the group work really great, and I really enjoy your presentation and your bright idea presented by today. And all of the groups already present their issue really well, their background study that they did really well, and the bright solution that they presented to us is really relevant of what we are facing now in these situations. Well done, and I really enjoy what you are presented today, and I hope that you have more study. Good luck with your study, and then your next future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dian, for the very great feedback. So like what Ms. Dian said, the groups has done a really great job. They all have bright ideas, and they presented the issues really well with relevant solutions as well. Now, I would like to ask, how about you, Mr. Kalirajan?
Well, I really appreciate all those presenters. They have done a good job. And what was striking me was the positive attitude of all the presenters. Because usually when you go to these kind of things, many people will try to highlight on the negativity that it is not possible, it is not possible. But here, almost all the participants, they have optimistic views rather than pessimism. So that is really very important for the future generation. And so, even usually the Marxist groups always gives you, negative things more rather than positive. But unfortunately, or fortunately, this Marxist group is good. And they are given all the positive attitudes towards economic growth. And so it's very nice. And I really congratulate them. The important thing is they have taken this topic very seriously, and the amount of data they have analyzed and the graphical presentations all are beautiful. It's really, they are all equal to the master's or PhD students' work. So they have done a good job. And then I think I have to congratulate these economics, global economic challenges. That is really a good contribution to bring up good economists in future. So that's really great. So I congratulate the participant, also congratulate the organizers of Economix. You have done a very good job. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kalirajan, for the very great feedback and also for the compliment. We really appreciate Mr. Kalirajan for the great feedback for our event, and also for the feedback about the participants, which is that the participants can be the next great economist. It was really a humble praise from you. So I think next I can call the final adjudicator, Mr. Samuel. What do you think, Mr. Samuel, about the event and also about the participants?
So, okay, first of all, congratulations, everyone, to all the teams, and thank you very much for the great discussion and great presentations. And congratulations that probably you have done this like in a short time, and I really appreciate that, and I really applaud that. And I know the topic is not easy, especially on the pandemic and also green economy, because as one that is currently heavily involved with the pandemic recovery policies, it's always not easy to devise a solution that is really capturing the essence of the recovery itself. So very well done for all the team with all of the research, the data that you have gathered in such a short time, and solutions. And I hope that this will be of a really good experience for you, and, for your study and also for your future. And looking forward to probably meet you again in the future with also with an excellent solutions and ideas. And I really enjoyed this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the feedback, Mr. Samuel. As you said before, the topics are not the easiest to prepare in such a short time, which is why the participants have done a good job. And we hope that all participants will have a successful study in the future.
Bravo! What a way to end the event. So everyone, we have reached the end of the opening ceremony. I would like to say thank you to all the delegates and our adjudicators from area.
We would also like to say thank you for taking the time to attend the 19th Economix event and paper competition.
We wish you the best of luck for today and also the future. My name is Unix Brian Sadikin.
My name is Fibulay Conada Patiroy.
We are the Masters of Ceremony for the 19th Economix Grand Finals, and we are signing off.
Can we leave or?
Yeah,
Yes, sir. Thank you very
Can we
much,
leave?
Mr. Yes,
Can
Mr.
we leave
Animozi.
now?
Yes, Mr. Animozi.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Just one last question, and I don't know who is in charge. Adrian, there is a score sheet, and whether we need to provide anything that will be helpful to you, Adrian, or just for reference?
Sorry, sir?
There is a score sheet that is provided to us, to all
Yes,
of
sir.
4 people. We have a scoring sheet for the 9th Economic Conference.
No, sir. It's only for the grand finals.
Okay, so we don't need to anything.
Yes, sir. You must only fill in the scoring sheet and then send it to us.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kalirajan.
Yeah, thank you. So Anbu, we have to fill up and then send it to them, is it?
That's why I'm not clear. And Sam or Fia, did you receive anything?
Yeah, I also
Yeah.
received the scorecard.
Yeah.
So
I think we need to scoring. We need to fill it out and then return to the committee.
Yes, Miss Dian.
Is it right? Yeah.
Yes, Miss Dian.
Okay.
So when do you need it?
I guess as soon as possible, if it is okay.